உங்களுக்கு எல்லாமே இருக்கும். அதான். ஆமா, எக்கோல கேக்குது. ஐயோ! இது வேற பெரிய
Hello. Shruti madam, good morning madam. Sir Manoharan sir.
Ramesh sir?
Sir, good morning sir.
Good morning. Am I audible?
Yes sir, you are audible sir.
Okay.
Sir, we have to check with Shruti madam also sir.
Shruti? And the participants, 71 attendees are there. Kindly type it in the chat box. That is it audible?
Sir,
Sir?
I think participants have replied.
What sir? Audible, sir?
Yes sir, yes sir.
We'll check with Shruti also.
So we have to check with Shruti madam. Shruti madam.
Yes, sir.
Is it audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Is there any
Okay.
background noise from my side, sir, or is it clear?
Yeah, it's clear only
Clear.
madam, no problem.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay. So, on behalf of Director of Technical Education and our principal, Psg College of Technology, I welcome all of you for this one-day webinar on GATE ECE, and with the coordinators. I thank the coordinators, Dr. Ramesh sir and Mr. Venkatachalam for their effort to organize this GATE webinar. With a great difficulty within a short duration, they have identified best resource person for this GATE webinar. Two of them from IIT Madras and one of them from IIT Gandhinagar. So now I welcome all of you for this great webinar. Now I will hand over the session to Dr. Ramesh to introduce the PhD scholar from IIT Madras, Shruti. Ramesh sir.
Thank you sir. Thank you. So very good morning to one and all present here. It gives me immense pleasure in introducing the speaker of this session, Ms. S. Shruti, Research Scholar, Integrated PhD Program, Department of Electrical Engineering, IIT Madras, and who is our one of the esteemed alumni also. Shruti is a PhD scholar under Dr. K. Giridhar Professor, Department of Electrical Engineering, Indian Institute of Technology, Madras, Chennai. Her research interests include signal processing in wireless communication and radar, She joined as a research scholar under the integrated PhD program. She is currently working in the field of radar and exploring the perspectives of distributed radar and the different signal processing motifs possible in the same. She also works on localization problems like user localization with communication signals and target localization in various scenarios. She recently received the Prime Minister Research Fellowship for her PhD program. She did her BE ECE in PSG College of Technology during 2014 to 2018 and passed out with second rank from our department. During her undergraduation, her group won the Technovator Funding 2016 by PSG STEPS and Student Research Council of PSG College of Technology for the Gerio Health Aid project, which is a low-cost wearable health monitoring system. Her proposal and implementation of a prototype smart bin, which is a smart waste management system, won the first place with a cash award of rupees 1 lakh in Bosch DNA Challenge organized by Robert Bosch in association with Maker Village, Kochi. Apart from the curriculum, she was the co-secretary of our EASY Association for the year 2017 to 2018 and the Secretary Women of IEEE Students Chapter for the year 2017 to 2018. So we are very happy to have you here, Shruti Madam. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, sir. So shall I start, sir?
Yes, Madam, please.
Very good morning to all of you. First of all, I would like to thank Manoharan sir, Ramesh sir, and Venkatashram sir from our Department of ECE, PSG College of Technology for inviting me to share my knowledge and experience on GATE and the opportunities after GATE. I'm Shruti, a PhD scholar at IIT Madras. So I would like to have this session very interactive, and the participants can feel free to unmute your mic and answer my questions, or even stop me anywhere in between to ask you questions. So GATE, which is Graduate Aptitude Test in Engineering, is an examination that tests the in-depth understanding of various undergraduate subjects in engineering and science. The GATE score of a candidate is actually reflects the relative performance level of a candidate. That is where the candidates stand amongst the other candidates in the country. GATE exam is jointly conducted by the Indian Institute of Science and 7 other IITs, IIT Roorkee, Delhi, Guwahati, Kanpur, Kharagpur, Madras, and Bombay, on behalf of Department of Higher Education, Ministry of Human Resource Development, and the Government of India. So, why do you think people or students appear for GATE after undergraduation? Like, what are the various options available after undergraduation? Can any, like, few of the participants reply for this question? So, what do you think are the opportunities? Like, from your perspective, what are all the opportunities available? Can any one of you answer, or one or two of you?
Excuse me, Madam.
Yes, sir.
Actually, the host has muted all the participants. So they'll be able to reply you only through the chat. So you can wait for 1 or 2 minutes and then please have a look on the chat, please. Thank
Sure,
you.
sir. Sure, sir. Sure. So participants can feel free to write your answers in the chat box. To get into PSUs, okay. MTech, PSUs, direct PhD, yes, true. Okay, so nowadays students are pretty pretty aware of the options available. So that's really good. So the main paths which you can take after the GATE examination will be one, the admission to various postgraduate education programs like Master of Technology, MS, ME, etc. in Indian higher education institutes. The government of India offers like grant, or it's called a stipend, to students who have cleared GATE and have entered into higher education programs. Also, the second option will be getting employed in public sector undertakings. That is, in PSUs, the entry level positions for graduate engineers are employed through GATE. Also, GATE exam is not only written by undergraduate students, like after post graduation, also students appear for GATE. So, why do students appear for GATE after post graduation? Is usually to get into PhDs in Indian institutes, or few foreign universities also consider GATE scores. So, I will be talking in detail about the various opportunities available after GATE in my later slides. Okay, so how easy is to crack GATE? Clearing GATE is generally not very difficult, but it's considered to be really tricky. Generally, with whatever you have learned in your undergraduation, without even preparing for GATE, you should be able to at least clear GATE, even though not clear it with a very good rank. But somehow, in the 4 years of undergraduation, very less students understand the subjects in that clarity. Generally, people say that after undergraduation, students graduate as BE or BTech scholars and not as engineers. And sometimes it's very evident from the very less pass percentage of GATE every year. Like when you compare the number of students who appear for GATE to the number of students who clear GATE, the pass percentage is very less. Especially like last year, it was only 18.8 percentage. So basically, the GATE exam tests the engineering basics in a very smart way. So if students are not having that comprehensive knowledge on the subjects, the GATE preparation is one option that once when you come out of your undergraduation, you can still get that grip on your subjects. Also, the admissions to MTech or ME programs in IITs or ISCs or even jobs in PSUs require very high percentiles in GATE. Hence, proper preparation for GATE exam becomes really important. Sorry. Yes. Now, how to prepare for GATE? Generally, when you've started your preparation for GATE, a lot of people would have advised you like how to prepare, and pretty much it's the same general steps what everyone tell. And also, I'm going to repeat the same. So, generally, GATE exam is highly competitive, and you need to have proper guidance to crack GATE. First of all, you should understand the syllabus and pattern very clearly. So understanding the syllabus and paper pattern is the first step in clearing GATE. Also, when you are not preparing GATE through by joining any academy, when you're doing self-preparation, choosing the right material to prepare is very important. Like you might start your preparation with one set of books, but then you later realize that no, when or somebody says that no, this is really better, and then you shift to those books. Basically, you relearn the same concepts just in a bit different way in different books, and that actually wastes your preparation time. Hence, before even starting your preparation, you have to choose the right material for preparation. So people say, so study material is the mentor, especially for those who don't have a mentor. So that is very, very important. Next, make a proper plan and schedule with knowledge of the syllabus and pattern, and with the right material in your hand, you have to make a proper schedule. Usually, you should set weekly, monthly, and quarterly targets to streamline your preparation. Time management is the most important thing to achieve something that's really limited by time. Next is you have to find your strengths and weaknesses. Like during the course of your undergraduation, during these 4 years itself, you would have known that there'll be some subjects where you're really strong in, and there are some subjects which you may feel that okay, you're not doing that well. So when you are knowing your strengths, it is it helps you in a way to prepare even better so that you can short answer all the questions in those subjects. Also, when you know these are the subjects in which you don't perform that well, you can spend more time on those trying to get hold on those subjects. Next will be making notes and consolidating concepts. Generally, a GATE preparation does not happen within 1 or 2 months. So it happens over a course of like 1 year or so. So after learning one subject, then you go to the next and so on. So unless you make proper notes of the concepts, whatever you learn, it's very difficult for you to go back and completely learn all the concepts in the subjects again and again. Hence, you have to make your notes very crisp, write all the important formulae and concepts separately for each subject and topics so that it will be very easy for you to go back and revise those concepts. Next is take regular subject-wise and overall model tests. Now, when you're preparing for GATE, you'll have a lot of subjects. So you cannot just like go on learning each subject. Now, how will you know that? Like, how can you be confident of yourself of being mastered that subject? So you should take a regular subject-wise test. So once you finish a subject or a concept, you try to answer the questions relating to those concepts regularly. You should keep this as a regular practice. Only then you can know, okay, so my preparation in this subject or in this concept is enough, or I'm able to answer those questions. And then you should go on proceeding further. So this is something really important which you have to keep in your mind. Next is constant motivation. Okay, now generally students start preparing for GATE in the second or third year, and hence they need constant motivation to keep their preparation intact till your final year. So also in your final year, your friends and classmates will be appearing for placements. And hence you should not feel insecure that they're getting placed and they're having an assured future and you are still preparing and you're very unsure of your outcome in GATE. So if you have that fear in mind, it becomes very difficult for you to keep your preparation intact. So what you should do is just remember that hard work at present means better tomorrow. So if you have just this in mind, you can, without like looking around, you can just keep on doing your preparation and you can really shine in GATE. Okay. Now, GATE 2021. How many of you who are attending this talk are appearing for GATE 2021? And have you started your preparation or in what stage of preparation are you? Could any of you answer? I'm expecting 2 or 3 people to answer. Hello, am I audible?
Yes, madam, you are audible.
Okay, thank you, sir. Almost 80%. Okay. Okay. So, like, if you have been fiddling around with your GATE preparation so far, and it's high time that you put an end to it and start, preparing in a full-fledged way, because you hardly have 60 to 70 days left for the exam. And putting the remaining days to optimum use with rigorous practice and hard work will definitely make a difference between a good score and not a bad score. And this is very important. So, if you are preparing for GATE 2021, mostly you will be falling into one of the 3 categories I have listed. So, one is you've covered at least 80 to 90% of your syllabus. That is, you would have started your preparation right from the end of your third year or even in the middle of your third year, and now you're almost going to finish covering the syllabus at least once. Category B people are those like who started your preparation in your final year and just you're going on with your preparation, you're almost like 50 to 60% of your preparation. Category C people, maybe due to some reasons, you've just started to prepare. So in these three different categories, like I want to give a few tips for students, like how to proceed on further for the rest of the 60 to 70 days to clear gate and complete gate with at least a decent score. So I would say no matter how far you've gone on the wrong road, you can still turn around. So how to take it right from now for category A people, like who are almost going to finish your preparation, like at least once, your syllabus at least once. So first is you have to make a proper timetable and you revise the pre-learned topics, whatever you've learned, and to cover the rest of your syllabus. Also, you have to revise the concepts at least once. Like if you've made proper notes, you have to go through the concepts at least once. And since you've started your preparation in prayer, you have a lot of time to take a lot of model tests. And if you are not if you're not joined any academy, if you're doing self preparation, then I'll definitely recommend you to attend test series from academies. So usually they'll start the test series by November or even a bit before that. So you will have subject-wise test series also, and you will just have overall moderate test series also. So you could choose whichever you want to attend, but definitely attending test series for the rest of the 2 months will really help you to get good score in GATE. Now, for category B people, like again the same thing for you. If you have covered 50 to 60% of your syllabus, make a timetable to finish the preparation properly. Also, you try to solve at least 15 previous year question papers. Also, for you, it is high time that you start your preparation on the basis of the type of questions or the pattern, like in each subject, how the questions will be asked. So, based on that knowledge, you need to start your preparation. Also, like every day, like 1 or 2 hours, you could spend to attend test series. Now, for category C people who have just started your preparation, you start your preparation based on the weightage of marks. Like go through previous gate year question papers, see how approximately what is the weightage given to each subject, and then you prepare the topics based on that. And I would say you first focus on general aptitude and mathematics so that helps you to give a good start for your score. Also, you aim to cover at least 60% of the syllabus before your examination and take at least 5 model tests, or you should review at least 5 previous year question papers before you go to your final examination. And based on the pattern, if you start your preparation, and since you have only very less time for your preparation, you will not waste time on what's not important. So this is very important to remember. Now, I would like to say a few points on, especially for students who are writing GATE in ECE discipline. So, for me, if you see, I thought antenna theory and electromagnetics to be the most difficult subjects for me. So what I did was I started those subjects very late. Like after finishing all the subjects only, I took those subjects and I couldn't spend much time. So what happened was in those subjects, the questions were very straightforward in my examination. And I found it very difficult to answer those questions because I was not confident of them since I took it at the last minute to prepare. And the second thing was the next most difficult, which I thought was electron devices and analog electronics. But in my GATE examination, generally if you see in analog electronics, the concepts are like very limited. And if you master those concepts, it's very easy to answer the questions. So what again I found it very difficult to answer those questions, even though they were straightforward. I found it difficult to answer them because I thought, according to me, it is very difficult to learn those subjects, and hence I took it at the last minute. And like subjects like digital electronics, control systems, and all, it's very easy for students to learn and understand. But sometimes in examination, when the concepts are very easy, they'll try to twist the questions very much. So at the examination, even though you know those concepts very well, you'll find it very difficult to answer those questions. So what I would like to say is, just don't have a self, what to say, like if you are very strong in those, like if you like those subjects very much, and you should not spend your entire time in those. And some subjects which you think are difficult, you should not just leave those subjects. You should try to like go take both together, because once when you finish your entire syllabus properly, it's like many questions in GATE will be straightforward. Only some questions will be twisted. So the straightforward questions, you should be able to answer them irrespective of whichever subject they are from. So that I want to tell, like from my side. Okay. So how many hours should be spent for each day when I'm in category C? So you're late to start your preparation. So I would say at least you spend 8 hours of time. Now since you don't have your college,
அப்படியே இருக்கும் மிக்ஸ் ரெடி சா
Hello. Yes, I guess it's okay. So so at least try to spend 8 hours, and you don't stick on to one subject at one time. Like you take two subjects at a time. Like spend half of the day on one subject and half of the day on another subject, or else it becomes very difficult for you to sit with the entire subject fully for the entire time of a day. So you could do like that. Okay. Now after GATE, so once you've cleared GATE, what are all the options available to you? First thing is getting into PSUs after GATE. PSUs are public sector enterprises. Basically, these are companies owned by the government of India or jointly owned by the government and the state or territorial government. Like, how many of you know, like how many PSUs are there in our country? Like, does any one of you have an idea? Like, how many PSUs may recruit you after your GATE? Do you have any idea? 10. Okay. Like as of March 2019, there are around 348 PSUs in our country. And most of the PSUs employ engineers for starting cadre with a GATE score. And if you see, the notifications are released individually by every PSU. So each PSU has their own way of recruiting people who have cleared GATE. Also, they don't happen at the same time. They have different deadlines and different criteria also. And the eligibility criteria or the shortlisting criteria will be your GATE score. Usually it will be in terms of your all India rank. So they'll say if you're within all India rank 100, you could apply. Or if you are within all India rank 200, you could apply. So usually the criteria will be like that. And some companies like just they recruit you directly with your GATE score, but many companies have additional tests, personal interviews, or group discussions like how you appear for placement. And one thing you should remember is GATE scores are not valid for 3 years for PSU recruitment. Like if like 90% of the PSUs recruit students only with their current year GATE scores, and few PSUs may recruit students with their immediate previous year GATE scores, but it is not valid for 3 years. So that is something which you will have to remember. Now, why PSUs? Or in what ways are getting into PSUs advantageous? So first thing I would say is your pay. So PSUs offer a very good starting salary, and they give you job security which you cannot expect from any private company. And for the average age group of 20 to 30 years people, the I'm sorry, the range of salary will be 8 to 20 lakhs per annum. So PSUs like basically make sure that you get all that you deserve for the amount of hard work you put in to clear GATE. Second thing is perks and privileges. So perks may help you to lead a very comfortable lifestyle. Perks offered by PSUs vary depending upon the location and nature of work in the PSU. Some necessary perks what PSU employees get are like medical facilities, petrol and diesel facilities, diesel prices, money, and good housing facilities, etc. Third is work-life balance. PSUs have a fixed working timings, so you could have a perfect work-life balance, and you will have a lot of you can avail the government holidays and a lot of special leaves also. So they help you to maintain a perfect balance between your professional and personal life. Um, can you participants please make sure that you've muted your mic? Okay. Next is social respect and recognition. So it is not a cakewalk to top gate and get into PSUs. So the society recognizes this sincere hard work from the students. This achievement actually gives sense of pride to the candidate as well as from the society also. Developing skills. So PSUs give you the space to improve your technical as well as your managerial skills also. Next is grooming. So PSUs have tie-ups with higher education institutes. Mostly, it will be management institutes, and so that you could continue your higher education. And the PSUs partially or even completely fund your higher education programs. Stability. With the best of everything what a PSU can give you, a job in PSU is like a complete package on it in itself. The employees can see the future and growth in the organization, which helps them to maintain a peaceful and a happy life. That is why people who top gate or the first like 200 all India rank, they generally go for employment in PSUs, and then only they prefer to do higher studies. Okay, why higher studies? Why one should pursue higher studies? When students finish your undergraduation, they have like you have an overall idea in the different verticals present in our discipline. Say if it's ECE, you will learn about digital electronics, you learn about VLSI, analog, you learn about communication concepts, then embedded system concepts, etc. But you will lack in-depth knowledge in one particular vertical. And that is what higher studies is going to give a student. So, doing higher studies helps you to get in-depth knowledge in one particular vertical in a discipline. So, what are all the reasons why people prefer to do higher studies? One is teaching profession. Like if they want to have if they want to have a teaching profession, then they go on to do higher studies. Like they do ME, MTech, and eventually they do PhD. Second, research. If you want to have like research as your career, then you again prefer to do higher studies. The third will be better qualified for work. So postgraduate students always have an edge over the others in the career market. Employees prefer them for better positions in the company, even in the start of their career, because of their strong knowledge in that particular discipline in which they are going to do in which they have done their higher studies. These are the three options why people prefer to do higher studies. Okay, I'll answer a few questions, whatever is there in the chat box. You're starting your aptitude. Is it okay practicing it daily? Yes, every day. Like you could spend 1 hour in like you could take one topic in aptitude per day, and you could spend 1 hour in it, and then you could proceed like the rest of the day with your subject, your discipline subjects. Did you do self study, join academy? I did self study. I learned on my own. For GATE, what rank is required to get into MTechs and IITs? Usually, GATE scores of like 800 and above, you could get the desired discipline in which you want to do. So, in counseling, you could choose your subjects. Means you should at least have a GATE score of 800 and above. if it's going to be top IITs, then 850 and above will be the gate score you definitely need. Okay. I would want to talk about what are the various higher studies options in IITs. So first will be MTech. So MTech programs in IITs, like it's very in the country. So it's usually done after a BE or BTech. You can do MTech in cross-discipline also. Like if you have done your BE in ECE, you could do your MTech in computer science discipline also. So if you want to do it like that, you should write your GATE exam in that domain. And that is the thing you need. And as I told, you need high GATE scores of 850 and above to get that like your desired discipline in MTech in IIT. Next is MS Research. If students want to pursue a research career, they take up MS Research. Like it's basically to see whether research is your cup of tea or not before joining a PhD program. Generally, MTechs, as you know, it will be a 2 years program, and MS Research will be a 3 years program. So you will have, I mean, you will have to study few courses just like MTech, and you should also do research for the remaining part of your program. Now, the criteria for MS Research will be like the weighted combination of your GATE score, a weighted average of your GATE score, your undergraduation CGPA, and the entrance test marks in the respective IITs in which you want to do MS Research in. And next is MS Research by project. So usually this is not well known to students. Like if you don't have a very good GATE score to get MTechs directly or even MS Research, you try to join as project assistants or project associates under professors in IITs and NITs. So what you will be doing as a project assistant or associate is you will be working in government or industry related research projects which the professors are doing in IITs. So you will be having a practical exposure like as part of your work. And after 6 years, I mean after 6 months of your work as a project assistant or associate, you can or you become eligible to write the MS Research entrance test in the institute. So mostly for those students who are appearing by project, the eligibility criteria or clearing criteria will be mainly the entrance test marks, whatever you get. And if the professor like under whom you were doing your project is well satisfied or happy with your work, then you could join as MS Research Scholar under that professor itself. Also, if after you've cleared the entrance test and after you've joined the MS Research program, the norms or criteria for the MS Research program for project students will be same as the criteria and norms of the normal MS Research students. So after 2 years of MTech or after 3 years of your MS Research program, in the eyes of placement, if you see, almost the scholars are treated equally, or in fact, MS Research scholars are given more importance to research-oriented industry jobs. Next is PhD. As you all know, PhD is done after ME or MTech, and it's a 5 years program. Integrated PhD. So integrated PhD is something which you could do immediately after your undergraduation. And I want to talk in detail about integrated PhD program in my later slides. Okay. So why you should prefer to do higher studies in IITs? From my experience, I have jotted down few points why I think that doing higher studies in IITs is like of great importance. So first thing is students exchange and internship programs for research with the world's best universities. So if you are joining as a research scholar in IIT, you get an opportunity to work like for a period of 6 months or 1 year in some other like in foreign university with which your university has a tie-up with. So the exposure what you get will be doubled. And also there are programs like dual doctoral programs. So what are those programs is you can get a PhD from the Indian Institute in which you have joined, and you can also get a PhD from the foreign university with which your Indian Institute has a tie-up with. So how does that work is the professor under whom you have joined in the Indian Institute will be your guide, and the professor at the foreign university can be your co-guide. And you will have to fulfill the norms put forth by both the universities. Mostly the credits, like there's so many credits you have to finish, the credit norms criteria will be same, almost same for both the universities, but the publication criteria may vary a bit. But once you fulfill this criteria from both the universities, then you could get a dual doctoral degree. So that's something which is really nice. Second thing is quality of useful research. Now, when you've joined as a research scholar in IIT under professors, you can get, like, you will be exposed to projects from government and government created organizations also. So the quality of useful research what you'll be doing will be really, like, will be more. Third is fellowships, scholarships, and financial assistance on projects. When you're working on projects, you can avail a lot of scholarships and financial assistance. And there are a lot of fellowships that you can get as a research scholar or a MTech scholar in IITs. So few fellowships are HTRA fellowship, CSIR fellowship, Inspire fellowship, PMRF fellowship, etc. So HTRA fellowship is basically half-time research assistant fellowship. So you will be working as a teaching assistant under one of the professors in IIT each semester, and you will be like asked to take classes for students. You will handle doubt clearing sessions for students. You will correct papers, answer scripts for students. So the exposure what you get before even starting your teaching career is really of much use. Next I want to talk about the PMRF fellowship. The PMRF fellowship is basically the Prime Minister's Research Fellowship. So the PMRF fellowship is the maximum what a PhD scholar can get in our country. It is given for bright minds so that they work for the country and not for the other nations. Next is support and grants from alumni. If you want to attend conferences abroad, or if you want to attend workshops in international workshops, you can avail travel grants from alumni, and hence this support is really good. So what I would like to say is the exposure and experience what you get over the period of you as a research scholar in IITs is really vast, and it's much more than academic learning. Okay, now research. So what you have to do if you want to do research? If you are in your third year, like if the students who are attending the talk are in your third year is the starting of your research. So the third year coursework, whatever you do, the project work, whatever you do as part of your curriculum, is where you could start your research. So the project ideas, what you take should be research oriented, and you should explore and present your your project in that way. And you should try to get at least 1 or 2 papers in your undergraduation itself. I mean that's good. Next is to get into research after undergraduation. As I told you, you should join MS research programs in IITs and NITs. Then, okay, now, generally PhD is something very difficult to take up because you need to have a strong mental makeup to have that perseverance over a period of say 5 years or so that you need to learn, you relearn, keep learning and exploring things. So, when you say integrated PhD is done immediately after an undergraduation. So after undergraduation, students may not have that strong mindset, or you may not have that strong grip on any discipline. But you can do PhD immediately after your undergraduation also. It's a 5 to 6 years dual degree course of master's and PhD. The eligibility criteria for that will be a weighted average of your GATE score, your CGPA in your undergraduation, and the entrance test marks in the institution. So once you're shortlisted with this thing, you will have an interview to choose, and that will help you to choose the professors, or in turn the professors to choose the students to do integrated PhD in the institution. So to do integrated PhD, you need to have constant motivation and perseverance. So not many students are taken into integrated PhD program every year, but yes, you could definitely try. Okay, like I have spent around say 20 to 30 minutes talking about how you can appear for GATE 2021 and what are all the like directly what are options available for you after your exam. So what now? So if you're just starting your preparation, be positive that you can clear GATE. So start right now and keep yourself motivated and continue your preparation. Also, people can give you various options, like they can talk for hours together, trying to motivate you and telling about the perspectives or options available after GATE. But at the end of the day, it becomes your choice. So what I would like to say is, if you succeed, success is entirely yours, and no one can take that credit from you. But if you fail, that failure is also entirely yours, and you can't blame anyone for that. So the choice is yours. So I would like to conclude my talk with a famous saying by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. This is my favorite saying. So the heights by great men reached and kept, attained by sudden flight, but they, while their companions slept, were toiling upward in the night. So keep this in your mind. All the best for your preparation. Thank you. Now I'm open to any questions from the participants. Like you could ask any questions.
The participants
Participants can raise their queries in the chat box, please.
So no questions, guys. How do we get stipend during MA's research program? Like as I told you, you will be in any one of the fellowships. Like you may be under HTRA fellowship, or you can even be under project student. That is, you will be availing your stipend by working on projects, and that is separate from the work what you do as a MS research scholar. So that is also possible. And HTRA, as I told you, and you can even I mean, you have some other fellowship for MS research. I'm not sure for PhD. You can, you can avail PMRF fellowship also. How to manage GATE preparation with academics? If you're in your third year, it's not that easy to manage, definitely. But like you can kickstart your preparation by spending at least 1 or 2 hours per day, or you could spend some time in your weekend. But at the end of your third year, like mostly students appearing for placements will start their placement preparation from the start of their final year. So then you'll have a lot of time to spend for GATE preparation. Okay. If CGPA is a criteria for direct PhD, if so, how much? It depends. Like at least you should have a CGPA of 9 and above. But if you have a very good GATE score, then they even consider students with a CGPA of 8.5 and above. But that depends on the GATE score, whatever you're having. What will yeah, so the minimum CGPA is the same thing. When to start for test series for category C people? For category C people, first you should spend some time to at least cover the important topics in each subject. And maybe at the December, at least you need to start your test series. Can you give some tips on how to start the preparation for GATE 2022? Now for GATE 2022, you have a lot of time. So what you can do is you can slowly start your preparation. You, as I told, first you understand your syllabus and pattern clearly and make up like a timetable. So before say next October, November, at least like before next October, you should at least finish your preparation once by taking regular subject-wise tests. And then you could proceed on taking test series from academies. And I think that will help you. What is a pass, score, and GATE examination? That keeps changing every year. It depends. On an average, I think it will be 25 for EC on an average, but that keeps changing every year. How much GATE percentage is needed? IITs now ask for a GATE score of 700 to 750 and above to get into educated PhD in IITs. Will there be a daily coaching class? I'm not sure about the coaching classes in academies, so I'm not sure of it. What are the important subjects to be covered within 2 months for EC? First, finish general aptitude and mathematics, and then it depends. Like if you have very less time, so you can't just take a subject which is very difficult for you and try to finish preparation within 2 months. So out of the 8 subjects, you at least try to finish 5 subjects properly before you appear for your examination. Can you repeat the subject names which are preferable? Yeah, just now I told. Whether GATE preparation will help to attend interview. To attend placement interviews, it won't be of much help. It depends on the companies. Like if you're sitting for placement in core companies, yes, then it is going to help you. It depends on the companies. So those subjects you have to be strong in. Category A is 2 months prioritizing revision than completion of portions is the need of the hour. So if so, can we leave few portions or we should complete the leftover portion? Make sure once when you're in category A, it means that you've started your preparation like in prayer. So by now, at least by December mid, you should be able to finish your portions fully, or at least cover 90% of your syllabus before you start your revision. My choice would be that. Ma'am, which course is better, ma'am, based on gaining practical experience, MTech or MS research? See, you can take up MS research if you're interested to do research. See, MTechs will be like similar to your BTech program. So you will have courses to finish, like credits to finish, and then you will have a project at the final year. But MS research is not like that. MS research, yes, you'll have credits to finish, but then you will have to take up a research idea, work on the idea, and most of the time they expect at least one research paper out of your work before you finish your MS research. So I won't say for practical experience, like if you're interested in research only, then go for MS research. Is there any free doubt clearing chat like Telegram you can refer for Get Easy? I'm not sure about doubt clearing chat sessions. I'm not sure of it. How to prepare for ISRO exam? ISRO exam. I know that you have to appear for separate examinations for ISRO, BARC, etc. But I'm not sure of the preparation or the syllabus, whatever they have. Which MTech specialization require higher GATE scores? If you're from EC, people choose communication. I mean, I'm not sure about which is given more preference. It's based on your interest. So even ME VLSI gets filled faster. Even ME communication gets filled faster. So I'm not sure of which discipline is given more importance. It depends upon your interest. Which MTech specialization require lower GATE scores? Again, I'm not sure. How is the future of VLSI? Okay, I'm from now from in communication discipline, and I'm not sure of the future of VLSI. I'm sorry. You can, like, if you have any doubts regarding higher studies, higher education programs in communications, and so you can definitely ask me in signal processing, and so you can ask me. Like one thing I can tell you is you could if you're doing MS research or integrated PhD, even if you're from BEC, you can do it. You can take your major or your area to be machine learning and computer vision. So even for BEC students, I mean PC students also, that is recommended. That I can tell you. And they say AI and machine learning are the future. So that's all from my side. When did you start your preparation? I started my preparation only in my final year. And in like full-fledged preparation, I started only from September. September, like only before 4-5 months of the exam, I started full-fledged preparation. But like I was preparing from the start of my final year. Like I started with aptitude and mathematics preparation initially, and after that I did my subjects preparation, which has good scope regarding job, MTech or MS research. As I told you, in the eyes of job, both have equal weightage. Just that if you are interested in research-oriented industry jobs, like if you want to join corporate research teams in companies, research-oriented jobs, if you want to join, then you could do MS research, or else MTech is good. Generally, if you have very good GATE score to get MTech in IITs, and if you have job as your future, I mean, as your future in your mind, then you do MTech. But like if you want to do PhD or if you want to go to teaching line, then or research side, then you have an option of MS research in your mind. Then okay. I didn't start my preparation. If I start my preparation year after, can I complete? You cannot complete the portions fully. Yes, for sure, that's not possible. But you could at least cover the important topics in each subject based on the weightage of marks. That is possible. You can clear GATE at least. That I can tell you. What are all the hot fields you come across, like computer vision for EC? Mostly people take up machine learning, computer vision as their research topics. But if you're interested in signal processing side, yes, signal processing and in wireless communication is also really good. VLSI side, I'm not sure. Best books for preparing aptitude and mathematics. I prepared. I mean, I didn't. I had GATE previous year's question papers, and I prepared from my college materials only, like for the subjects. For aptitude, I refer to my friends' books. I mean, there's no specific book which I refer to, so I cannot suggest any specific books for you. Is it possible to get into ISRO after GATE? I think ISRO has a separate examination which you'll have to clear. What are all the benefits in the jobs which we get from taking ME or MTech instead of just BE? See that you can it has its pros and cons. Like if you are joining job immediately after your BE, within 2 years you can come to a position uh, to which directly ME people will be recruited to. So it's like um, initially people said, okay, if you finish your 12th, it's good enough. Then people said, no, if you finish your undergraduation, it's good enough. Like that, nowadays, it's good to have a post-graduation degree. So even though like you want to do job, you can finish your ME and take up job. Or it's like if you are interested in the management side, people like who my friends who were finished undergraduation, they work for 1 or 2 years and now they have joined MBA and MS abroad. So even you can do that. Like you can work for 2 3 years, see like which do you like which do you like, and then you could do your higher studies in that. So that's also possible. You could work for a few years and then do higher studies. But then doing higher studies after work needs a lot of like you need to have a very strong mindset because you'll get used to that work culture. Then it becomes very difficult for you to go to learning side again. That's the only disadvantage of that. What books you refer for analog and digital communication? Mm, for digital, I was using like it was my college books, the college books, whatever I was reading. I don't I mean it has been 2 3 years, right? I don't remember the names of those books now. I think for digital, I was reading Morris, the book from Morris. For analog, I'm not sure. Any favorite book for information theory? Mm, No, like I'm not remembering the book name actually. Any other doubts, guys? How much GATE score I need to get seat in IITs? If you want, like if you're specific of the discipline in which you want to do your MTech in, then you need to get a GATE score of 800 and above at least. Or else, like if you just need to get into IIT, but if you're okay with any discipline, then maybe at least 700 and above GATE score will do. Can you tell about your research area? Yes, so I'm working in signal processing side now. most of my work is in the context of distributed radar. So we are looking into target localization and various, even trying to integrate communication systems and radar systems. So, and I'm also working on localization problems. Any other doubts, guys?
I think no more queries, madam.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am, for an informative session on opportunities for GATE. It was very interactive and very informative, through which all the participants got a clear idea on the importance of GATE in academics, research, as well as placement point of view. So, on behalf of the organizing committee, I once again thank you. Thank you, madam. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Sir, Ramesh sir.
Sir, I'll just inform the participants regarding the next session, sir.
Session.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
So participants kindly note that the next session is on why one should do PG in electronics and communication engineering at 3 p.m. by Dr. Devendra Jalihal, Professor, IIT Madras. So kindly join the meeting at 3 p.m. today afternoon. Thank you all. Thank you.
Sir.
Sir,
Hello.
please tell me. Sir, tell me, sir.
Sir, tell his mode of lectures also, so that they can prepare questions.
Okay. So today afternoon session will be an interactive session. I think for first half an hour, Devendra Jadigal sir will be presenting, and for the remaining half an hour, it will be an interactive session. It will be an interactive session. So students can prepare with some questions. That is good and genuine questions, so that you can put forth to him. Probably he'll be able to answer all the questions, whatever you ask. So you can prepare for it. Thank you. Sir, sir, sir.
Sir.
So do you want to convey something to the
Sir.
participants, sir? Do you want to convey something to the participants, sir?
Lunch break. Next session 3 to 4 will meet. Sir, Ramesh sir.
Sir, good afternoon, sir.
Hello.
Sir, good afternoon, sir.
Venkat.
Sir, good afternoon, sir. Can you hear me, sir?
சரி. Ramesh sir.
Sir, good afternoon, sir. சொல்லுங்க சார்.
Hello.
Sir.
Ramesh.
சார்.
லைன்ல இருக்கீங்க.
இருக்கேன் சார், இருக்கேன் சார்.
ஓ, இது. சார். Hello. Checking.
Sir, your voice is audible, sir. No problem.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Background, some noise is coming, sir.
இங்க சார். Headphones large, listen. Sir,
speaker jacket speaker external speaker.
இது என்ன சார் போடுறது? இது யூஸ்வலா ஓகேன்னு கொடுத்தாலே வந்துடும் சார். ஹலோ ரமேஷ் சார்.
சார் சொல்லுங்க சார். சார் ப்ளீஸ் டெல் மீ.
ஹலோ
சார்.
சார்.
சார் ப்ளீஸ் டெல் மீ சார்.
ஓகே ஓகே ஓகே.
ஓகே சார்.
இங்க ஸ்பீக்கர் கொஞ்சம் ஆஃப் இருந்திருக்கு.
ஓகே சார், ஓகே சார், ஓகே சார்.
ரைட் ரைட்.
தேங்க்யூ சார், தேங்க்யூ.
பேசலாம். செல் நம்பர் இப்போ கொடுத்துருக்கேன் சார்.
வணக்கம். கோவிட்-19 அன்லாக் செயல்முறை இப்போது
Okay. Yes, I'm connected, and so I'm ready.
Good afternoon, sir.
Can I talk now? Or, yes, sir. Hello.
Sir, good afternoon, sir. I'm Dr. Ramesh from EC Department, PSG College of Technology.
Hello, sir. Yeah, good to meet you.
Nice to have you,
So,
sir. And sir, actually, we will wait for a few minutes so that the participants can join.
Correct. So, whatever I speak now will not be heard by them, right?
Sir, I could not hear you, sir.
No. Whatever I say now at this moment will not be heard by the audience. So, I can speak something.
No, sir. It will be very probably.
Okay, I just want to know if my connection is okay, or if there's a problem with my connection, I can switch to wireless geo connection. Can you hear me, sir? Professor Ramesh?
Sir, your voice is audible, sir. It's very clear, sir.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. So,
Sir, if you
if there's
have
any
any
problem,
PPT or presentation slides, you can share it and then check it once, sir.
at that time. Okay, I'll share the
Okay,
presentation.
sir. Yes, sir, please.
Okay. Are you able to see?
Yes, sir. Uh,
Huh?
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah,
It's clear,
that's it.
sir.
So I have only one slide. That's it.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Okay. Okay. Then how do I unshare? Stop sharing. Okay. Very nice.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Thanks.
This is very easy. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Sir, the only thing is the particles themselves, actually.
Okay.
If you want to
That's
make it
good.
interactive,
Your voice. I don't know whether it's
they
because
have
of
to.
my connection or your connection.
Think, are you able to hear me now, sir? Please.
Now I can hear you, but you were saying participants and then it stopped and then something came and then,
Okay, sir. Sir, actually, participants will not be able to mute by themselves. I mean, unmute by themselves. So,
Correct.
whatever queries they wanted to have, sir, whatever queries they wanted to raise, they'll be raising it only in the chat box, sir. That is in the Q&A, question and answer column,
And
sir,
so I should
actually.
be looking
From
at it.
there only we can find out.
Okay. So should will somebody look at it and then remind me or something like that?
Yeah, anything is fine, sir, as per your wish, sir. No problem.
No, I mean, what if I fail to notice? What if I miss a
Yes,
question?
sir.
So
Yes, sir.
will somebody help me in saying that there is this question? Will you answer or something?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thanks.
So what will of time? Will it take some more time or what is it?
Just 2 minutes will wait, sir.
Sure. Excellent, sir. So,
Thank you.
so how was the program in the morning? Did Shruti speak?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And how many audience were there? I mean, what are the size of the audience?
Actually, it was around 100, sir, actually.
Okay. Yeah.
Thanks. Shall we start, sir?
I'm ready. I'm ready.
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
On behalf of the organizing committee, I welcome Dr. Sri Devendra Jaligal for this one-day webinar on GATE exam. I now call upon Dr. V.K. Manoharan, sir, to kindly introduce the chief guest of this session, Dr. Sri Devendra Jaligal. Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. And Professor Devendra Jaligal, graduating with a BTech from IIT Kharagpur, and he obtained his master's degree in engineering from McMaster University, Hamilton, Canada. He earned his doctorate in electrical engineering from University of Duke, Durham, North Carolina, USA, for his work on application of detection theory to image reconstruction. And between 92 and 94, 1992 and 1994, he was a postdoctoral fellow at the Department of Electrical Engineering, Duke University. In 1994, he joined as a faculty in the Department of Electrical Engineering, Indian Institute of Technology, Madras. He is now working as a professor. Dr. Jaligal loves teaching the fundamentals of engineering, such as signals and systems and communication theory, in undergraduate courses. And Professor published 62 papers and patents, many patents in his name. And from his students' feedback, we came to know that Dr. Jaligal is a simple, approachable, and knowledgeable and peaceful. And he has the knack of teaching the complicated theory in a simple language. That's what students of IIT appreciate him for his this approach. With this, I hand over the session to Dr. Jaligal to conduct the course.
Thank you for having me attend this nice talk. I see that there are 40 plus students when I last checked. Unfortunately, I'm not able to see them, which is unfortunate, because a teacher wants to see the students in the class. There is nothing like talking to a live audience and looking at the eyes and the facial expressions of students. A teacher can learn a lot about whether he's being effective, not being effective, whether he's very boring, and so on. And so teachers use that as a feedback mechanism to change the way they frame the topic and so on. Today, of course, that is not possible. And here I'm sitting at home, as you can see probably from behind me. There are some almiras and so on, and there's a fan on the top and so on. So I'm talking sitting in my house in the IIT campus. And when I was being used, Professor Manoharan picked up a lot of things from the internet. When people tell me that they pick this up about me from the internet, because internet is a free for all. I mean, you can say anything about anyone else, right? And it gets recorded. It kind of stays there. There is no going back, right? Not very reliable, right? So anyway, thank you for those kind words. So I'm happy that PSG is doing this session on GATE exam, and especially this is on ECE. Before I started speaking, I just scrolled through the questions asked to the earlier speaker about GATE, about ECE, about opportunities, about direct PhD, and so on. So those are some of the things that I'll also be talking about. So they asked me to speak for 1 hour, right? I thought, as a teacher, it's my natural gift, right? I stand on the stadium, on the podium, and then I can hold forth for 1 hour. Fortunately, I will save you the trouble today. I will keep my talk short. I'll keep it interactive. And I would very much like you to ask me questions. They told me that they have muted the mic, so I have to look at the questions which come on the screen. I may miss some because it's not very easy to talk cogently at the same time reading what somebody else has written, and then think of an appropriate response to that. So I will try, but if I miss, I request at least the organizers to stop me and say there's one more question, right? So please feel free. I would like to keep this interactive and not make it as a boring, what we call as a simplex communication, right? As communication people, I keep telling my students about what is simplex and what is duplex, and most of the time what goes on in the class is simplex, right? A teacher is talking and the students are sleeping, right? That's not very a healthy teaching and learning environment. So let's keep it interactive. I have prepared and I was told never to prepare a lot of slides, so I've prepared, I'll show you. Let me start sharing what I have prepared as soon as okay. Okay, are you able to see the screen now?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. You're able to see.
Okay. So that's the title of my talk, right? Why should one do PG? I mean, that's post-graduation in ECE, right? My details are there. So how many slides I have? Okay, I have only one slide. That's it, right? No more. There is no going back and forth. Everything I want to speak. So let's ask, why should one want to do a PG, right? We're all very selfish people. I'm selfish. I want you to be selfish. Nothing wrong in that, because if you can't look after yourself, how can you look after anybody else? So selfishness is not a bad trait as long as it's understood, in the proper context. So why should I do PG? My one word answer, which appears on top, is you get better jobs, right? What do I mean by better jobs? Today, when you graduate from a good engineering college, you can expect a job through campus placement most of the time. That kind of gives you a salary in the range of 2 to 5 lakh rupees, right? That's what you can expect. A good engineering college with a good academic record, a personal record, and so on, right? So what than that? Right? For a student coming out of a good engineering college with a good academic record is something like 3 lakh rupees. That's the median salary. I'm not saying that's the lower end. I'm not saying that's the upper end. Upper could be much more, but that's the median, right? However, the moment you do PG in a reputed institution, that median shifts to 7.5 lakh rupees, right? So, and you get very specialized jobs, right? What are in the students' language called the core, right? You start getting jobs, right? In the core sector, whatever it is that you like, okay? So, important thing is you get jobs with a much higher salary. Your first PG degree, that is MTech or MS or something. And so that itself should be a good invitation period, right? So the first thing is to say is you are much adopted. And the second question is, but that's like getting a job after 2 years. People want to see, I'm going to get 5 lakh rupees per year salary now, right? I don't want 7.5 lakh rupees salary 2 years from now, right? Why should I wait for 2 years? Does it make economic sense? If you pass GATE, if you join for PG, people will give you scholarship, right? Today, the first scholarship is 12,500 rupees. Remember, I'm saying first year. I'll come to that a little bit later, right? Why I'm saying first year and what's going to happen in second and third year, that's a different matter, right? In the first year itself, you will get, a monthly scholarship of 12,500 rupees, right? I've not kept up with the latest trends, but this is the information I had, right, a few years ago. You stay in a hostel, and you eat food in the campus cafes and so on. Your expenses are not going to be, maybe 5,000-6,000 rupees. So even as a student, right, you are saving money, right, while doing PG. So it makes eminent economic sense, right, to join for PG after GATE, because then the scholarship kicks in. Then what I say is only 12,500 rupees, because today we have what is called direct PhD, right? Just like you people are bright and young, we want bright and young people to join for PhD, right? I mean, we think the students do their best job, right, when they are young, when they don't have too many responsibilities, looking after a family and old parents and so on. So that's the best time to do the work, and it is seen globally that that's when the best work gets done. So we want our young people to join for PhD, right? As PhD students, I again, maybe my data may be somewhat outdated. You start getting 30,000 rupees plus house rent allowance if you stay outside, right? I know in Chennai, our students get a house rent allowance of 7,500 rupees when they stay outside the campus, right? And they don't get that money when they stay inside the campus, right? So you start getting 30,000 rupees from the second year onwards, right? When you join for direct PhD, right? So that's just a first step. There are very good government programs called the PMRF. I don't know how many of you have heard of PMRF, a Prime Minister's Research Fellowship. If you apply for the PMRF and if you get selected, you start earning 80,000 rupees from the second year itself, right? Your monthly scholarship is 80,000 rupees, right? Even if you convert that in dollars, that is $1,000 a month. That is much more than what an American student gets, right? Very high value. Plus, the 80,000 rupees is what comes to you. Then there is research funding and all that. So you get to apply to this PMRF. I know several students in my own department have been getting PMRF. Last month, PMRF list was announced. 3 of the new students have got PMRF in my department. And so that is a very it makes eminent economic sense new for direct PhD. If you're not sure, 21, can I go for direct PhD? I don't know. I'm not very sure. I don't know whether I like the subject. Join for MTech. After first year, you can upgrade to PhD. That's a situation. I'm sure all other places also encourage that, right? So you are in the system, you know who the good people are, you know what problem excites you. So you can upgrade to PhD. If you only want to do MTech, fine. You get your 12,500 rupees and you have a whole new education experience and get a good job, right? Or if you like the subject, like doing research, want to upgrade, very nice, right? Everybody welcomes you, right? One of the questions I saw, when I was scrolling was, what is the CGPA and all that. So, we can ask all those questions later on. Are there jobs other than which are available in the campus placement that are available to you now without a PG? Absolutely. I mean, Indian academic situation is expanding, right? Every year, right? At least 150 PhDs are in electrical department alone in all IITs and IISc put together, right? Every year, let me repeat, 150 people are hired in various areas of electrical engineering in all IITs, IISc, and put together. So if you add NITs and all other reputed engineering colleges, the number is huge. So there is, scope for work in academics. Before you start sniggering at me and say, "Oh, academics, who will teach?" And those who can't do teach, and all those nice and funny statements. Let me tell you, academics gives you freedom, right? Freedom to pursue your ideas, freedom to pursue your dream, right? You are the master, right? In academics, there's no boss above you, right? You are the master. You can shape your future, right? But oh, somebody is putting on a camera. Okay. So that's the academics. Okay, you don't like academics, fine. There's a whole lot of high-tech industries are coming today in India, right? They want people with masters and PhD degree, right? You may not know about this. There's a company called Micron, right? When I was the head of the electrical department at IIT Madras, set up their thing in India. That was, I think, 2 or 3 years ago, right? Micron is one of the 4 semiconductor companies in the world, right, today, that makes memories, DRAMs. Those of you who are from EC background, you will understand what a DRAM is. One of the only 4 companies, right? And told me that they want to hire 20,000 engineers in the next 3 years in India. That is starting 2018, because they are setting up a global R&D center in Bangalore and Hyderabad. Where are these engineers going to come from? Where will they get their people, right? So I just gave an example of Micron. Right? Micron is just one of the companies. I mean, I can go on talking about this, right? There's so many companies, they want to set up their R&D center. I'm sure you heard of GE Electrical in Bangalore. They have 1,500 PhDs, right? Qualcomm has 500 PhDs, and masters, right? I mean, the number of high-tech companies coming into India is amazing, is increasing. India is becoming a design house, and for all this, we require highly trained people. So if you do MTech, MS, PhD, you become a sought after person in the industry, period, right? I can't make it any clearer than that. People will come after you for jobs. So industry jobs are opening in a very big way in the country, right? And the reason, right? I mean, if I say technology is changing, that's a cliche that all of us are living through it, right? I mean, I tell my students that 20 years ago, anybody had told me that a phone will look like this, I myself, who work in communication, would not have, with them, right? 20 years ago is just a short time. Probably, many of you were probably not born, but I was already at IIT Madras as a teacher, right? And I was already teaching wireless communication, and already mobile phones were available, but the mobile phones then were very different. They were just basic phones, bigger size, with antenna sticking out, and you can make calls and you can receive SMS. The only two things you could do, right? That was, I'm saying, 2001 or 2002. In 20 years, right, the very shape of communication has changed. The way I access internet, everything has changed. It's now a handheld device, right? Believe me, I didn't get my smartphone until 2015, right? Because I thought if I start using them, I'll get addicted to it. I'll start browsing all the time. So I wanted to play safe, and so now I can't live without it. Right? All the work that I do happens on that, right? I mean, the amount of things you can do today on your mobile phone is amazing, right? And this phone, this shape is only 10 years old, right? Please mark my words. Like this 10 years from in 2000, year 2000, phone looked very different. In year 2010 onwards, phone started looking like this. Believe me, in year 2025 onwards, phone is going to look very different, right? That is just one wireless technology happening. There is a power electronics that is changing your life as I speak to you. The big thing that has happened in the last 10 years is, understand VLSI, what is called integration, on a silicon wafer, but transistors are meant to carry very small amount of current, microamperes and milliamperes, right? Used in digital VLSI, but things have changed now. In power devices, right? Power devices are transistors that can carry amperes of current, 10 amperes of current, right? The moment you integrate power devices, whole lot of things are possible. I mean, people are now talking about, electric this, electric that, electric cars, electric planes, right? People are now talking about, electric aeroplanes, right? Or at least more electric aeroplanes, right? So the future is going to be, electronics in a way that you and I cannot even dream of today, right? I mean, I'll just give you one small example that has happened, right? You all know that we used to use tube lights. Tube lights used to consume 40 watts or 50 watts and so on, right? And tube lights were replaced by CFL, and CFL was, thought to be very polluting. And soon they're replaced by LEDs. And instead of 40 watts, today I use 8 watts. Right? What is happening inside is a huge power electronics, right? And the costs have come down. When LED lights came, they were 800 rupees. Today you can buy them for less than 100 rupees. Right? The argument then was, okay, LED lights can save power, but who cares? I mean, I can buy a 40-watt tube light for 100 rupees. Why would I need to buy 800 rupees ka LED light? Okay, even though it is green, it will save energy. It is good to Mother Earth. But why should I use? If it costs so much, the cost fall. The price of electronics always falls, right? I will tell you another piece of statistics. The cost of lithium-ion battery, right, has fallen 80% in the last 6 years compared to what the price was in 2014 into 2020. The same thing cost 20% of that. Right? There are many reasons why, and that's the reason today electric vehicles have become possible to talk about and so on, right? I mean, the technology today is so much, it covers all aspects of life, right? There is no area where technology is not coming in. I mean, for 100 years, people were used to paying by paper notes, right? I have, in the last 5 years, when I buy tender coconut in the campus, right, I don't need to pay her 42 rupees, right? She has, all those Paytm, Google Pay and everything. I have whatever application, I just click it and then transfer. That's it. There is no paper money involved, right? Technology has changed everything, right? So you don't know in which all area technology is going to come in, right? Banks are already talking about getting rid of the ATM cards. ATM cards only 15 years ago, right? I still remember after I joined IIT, I used to carry a small passbook to the bank to withdraw money and to deposit money and to find out what is my bank balance. Those days are gone, right? Then came the ATM and ATM card, but they're now saying even the ATM cards will go away. ATMs will remain. The way to the ATM will completely be different, right? It will be based on your mobile phone. It will be some app that will talk to ATM machine, and so you don't need to carry ATM. So you don't need to carry money. You don't need to carry ATM. So technology is changing, and that means opportunities for us. Understands technology more than us, right? So this definitely, and that requires higher education. That can't be done with an undergraduate degree. So PG, right, is definitely required for this. Okay, so I think I've sold you the dream that there is future in higher education. Higher education is not dead. In fact, higher education is in a very young age right now. The opportunities are huge for people who step into it right now. Then to get into it, you need to get into it through the gate, right? The gate is open. So that's the gate exam. Whenever I go and talk about gate, the first thing they say is gate is tough, right? Is gate tough? It is tough for people who are not used to that kind of examination. Okay, so let me criticize the current way of university-based education, right? In a university-based education, where there is a large university, far away place, and they decide the syllabus and they decide the question paper, they evaluate. So your local teacher doesn't have any freedom. Your local teacher has to just carry out the instructions given by the university. So and in the process, everything gets watered down, and the questions asked are define what is Fourier transform, or explain the modulation property of Fourier transform, or describe what is go back n ARQ scheme. I mean, things like this. That's nothing. That people who have come up in systems which ask questions such as this, they find gate exam tough. Otherwise, it is difficult, right? I'll tell you why gate is all difficult. First of all, you only need to focus on your first and second and third year material, right? I encourage all students who are in the third year now. Well, it may be too late because I don't know when is the last date for applying for GATE exam. GATE exam is typically held on 8th of February or thereabout, right? I think you need to apply for that now. If you're in third year, just apply. It's a matter of 2,000 rupees. If you think it is not too much money, you just apply, because you already have enough background and preparation, right? It just tests basic understanding of mathematics, circuits, that is your AND or XOR gate and so on, microprocessors that I'm sure all of you have gone through, signals and systems, another course that students find it difficult, but believe me, it is one of the easiest subjects. It's difficult because university system makes it so, right? Basic circuits, that is AC DC circuits, right, and so on. EM fields, right? Analog electronics, that's linear. It's variously called as linear electronics and so on in other places. DSP control, if you want devices and communications. If you know only these many courses, you are good enough to write the GATE exam, right? You don't need anything above this. No, you don't need some satellite communication course. You don't need a course in, optical communication. You don't need a course in VLSI circuits, so on. Nothing, beyond that. Very basic. As I said, first, second, and third year is enough, right? No need for advanced material, right? Its focus is on problem solving, on practice, right? Not on mugging up theory, right? Unfortunately, today mugging, right? Mugging is what makes GATE difficult. If you're used to problem solving, if you're used to, looking at the problems at the end of the chapter and solve them, if you find them, if you can solve them, you'll do well in GATE. Believe me, that's all. You don't need to go to any classes, pay a lot of money to some coaching classes. So I encourage all of you to give GATE in your third year itself and see for yourself how easy or difficult it is. Then you can, come up with your own strategy. And why is problem solving important? Because that's engineering. I mean, at the end of the day, engineering is a problem solving profession, right? Engineering is not a mugging solution. Engineering is a field focus on solving the problems, a practical problem, whatever it is, either seen, right, as a problem, So, if GATE exam, you attempt as many problems as you can, right? If you can get 50 or 60% right, I have set GATE papers, I've evaluated not just 1 or 2 years, for 20 years. So I know what it is, right? If you need to get only 50, 60% of the questions right? That's it. You will be on the top. Those people who have scored 98 percentile in GATE and so on, right? They get only 50, 60% right. You don't need to get 100% right. So don't even worry about your fiber optics communication or digital VLSI or some IC design. Nothing is required. Just to focus on the courses I've written here, right? Digital circuits, microprocessors, signals and systems, basic circuits, EM fields, analog electronics, DSP, control system, devices and communication, throughout everything, right? And focus on solving problems, right? Please let me emphasize, if you can get 50, 60 questions right, 50, 60% of the questions right, you will be on the top, right? So problem solving is all that is asked for, okay? And, you're all bright people, and, our country needs bright people like you, okay? That's all I have to say. I will stop sharing, and we will take up some questions. And if you have any questions, please feel free to ask. Should I open the Q&A window, or what is it? Okay, there are no questions so far. Are there questions? Nothing. There's a question at 3:13 from Kaushika Priya Bhupati that says, it's okay. So please type a question. You can ask anything. You can even tell me if I was good, if I was bad. Okay. I know Kaushika asked this question in the morning. I remember saying, can you tell me what is the minimum CGPA for direct PhD, right? So we require a CGPA of 8 and qualification for direct PhD. Okay. So how the direct PhD admission works, right? In order to get bright students, what Government of India did, right? If you are from what is called a centrally administered technical universities. Okay, I forget. I mean, it just means central government funded colleges, right? If you are from one of those, that is IITs and NITs and triple ITs and so on, and if your CGPA is 8, you can just apply. So for centrally funded universities, is 8. Okay. Otherwise, if you give GATE exam, if you are not from one of these centrally funded colleges, let's say Government College Coimbatore and so on, you could just write GATE exam and apply for direct PhD with a reasonable academic background. You'll be called for interview. Okay. Then there's an interesting question. It says, I'm a great fan of Nikola Tesla. Why wireless power transmission is not yet established? What should an engineer do to achieve this? Okay. People are talking about wire power transmission over short distances of a few centimeters, right? 1 to 2 centimeters or things like that, right? RFID, passive RFID is some kind of a power, power transmission. So you are probably talking about, transmitting megawatts of power, right? That I don't know whether it is possible today or in the future, but definitely small amounts of power, transmitted already, and in many of the applications that you and I are using today, right? I'm happy that you are a great fan of Nikola Tesla. And Nikola Tesla himself was a great fan of Swami Vivekananda. So when Swamiji visited New York, there Tesla and Swamiji. So he also Nikola Tesla wrote papers, saying Akasha and Prana and so on. I mean, he made them into electrical engineering terms, right? So Nikola Tesla is a very, very interesting person whose life continues to inspire generations of students. Also, please share the concepts you need to learn from it. That's electrical engineering, power electronics for you. Today, electrical engineering is the area if you want to do wireless power transmission over. People are doing it all the time. I mean, in very, very interesting ways, this idea is being tried, right? I mean, at IIT Madras, we have a research group that focuses on medical devices, right? I mean, you have a pacemaker inside. The pacemaker is an electronic device that generates pulses. And so any electronic devices requires power. So how do you power the device which has been put in your heart, right? So they are doing it already, right? Which is why I said over short distances of few centimeters, it's already happening. I don't know if you know, people who are born without the ability to hear. Today, there's an implant called cochlear implant, and cochlear implant goes inside the ear. It directly communicates with the auditory nerves, and that requires powering, right? So that, right, occasionally. So today it is already happening, right? So you would have to be in an electrical engineering department and work on such problems, right? I know you're not asking about transmitting milliwatts of power, which is what is happening today. You probably want to transmit, generate power in Nagarkoil and using windmills and send it to Coimbatore, right? That probably will not happen. I don't see how it can happen. But small amounts of power over short distances, it is happening today. Okay. So the next question is from Srihari. He says, will CGPA play a role in admissions into PG degree in spite of good percentile in GATE? No, right? If you have a good enough, the PG admission based on GATE, at least the MTech admission. GATE score is not, many IITs and IISc have what is called MS program also. For MS program, even people with lower GATE score can apply. You will be interviewed, right? Whereas MTech is purely based on GATE, MS is based on a personal interaction, right? For example, I'll tell you from PSG Tech, we interviewed many students last year, and many of them, after giving them admission, we asked them to apply for GATE. Those who cleared GATE have joined for direct PhD program here, right? We don't even look at the CGPA. So it's how you do in the interview and how you do in the GATE exam are more important than your CGPA. But good CGPA, not very difficult to get. Okay. Any further questions? Is there any chance of doing project in a unfortunately, no. Right? Hopefully in 2021 summer, we can open up summer internship. Typically our department has been taking 60, 70 students, 20 of them paid from institute funds and the remaining from the project, right? So they are supported. So you can first start with a summer internship and then come back here for MS and PhD, right? Doing problem of handling so many people. If you come here, you will have to be given a hostel accommodation and a computer and office space, right? All that is too much of a problem right now. Until we sort out all those issues, I don't see how we can open up, outside students, for coming and doing project, right? It's not very easy, right? I mean, our ability to bring in students is also very limited, right? So that's the reason why we are not taking students from outside. Next question again from Kaushika. She says, in the field of electrical engineering, which technology or something is currently a trending technology? I don't understand this word trending. Everything is trending, right? I mean, you are talking about and 6G are being talked about. You talk about a car, but we're talking about electric vehicles, all kinds of electric vehicles, how to make them happen, right? What is the power electronics that will go into them? What is the communication aspect? The battery engineering, the battery management system. So whole lot of things are hot, very hot topics today, right? My ambition is to be an entrepreneur. Will an ME MTech course that I pursue help my career? Perhaps it may, because you understand the issues much better when you're doing your masters. If you want to be an entrepreneur, then it's good to be in a bigger place, right? Where, I mean, for example, our students started this Ather scooter, electric scooter, right? I think it's spelled as AETHER, and they are getting huge investment. I mean, I know even like 3-4 years ago, I mean, they were not much older, right? But so IES, will you tell us about IES? Oh, IES is Indian Engineering Service. I find IES very difficult, right? Simply because the competition there is so much more. IES every year takes only 150 engineers, all branches put together, whereas Our department alone takes 80 students for MTech, 40 students for MS, 40 students for direct PhD every year. Meaning, electrical department at IIT Madras takes more students than all IES student, successful things from all branches. So IES is very competitive. I don't even know how people prepare for it. And IES, and all are seem to be the chance of that is very less, right? I mean, if 10,000 people write IES, only 100 people are selected, whereas well, I don't know, 10,000 or more. Your chance of getting a GATE scores are high, right? Much higher than compared to IES. Okay, is GATE syllabus enough for IES? I don't know, right? During our MTech, do we have opportunities for pursuing internship abroad? Definitely. I mean, why MTech? I mean, even undergraduate students today go, right? I mean, all these institutions have. I mean, today we're a much more international institutions than even 10 years ago. Go to all kinds of countries. I mean, Germany, Taiwan, Singapore, Australia, US, and so many countries, right? Spain, and their students come here too, right? If you come to the campus, you will see all kinds of people working on in the campus. So in that sense, it's very diverse. Okay. Is there any eligibility required for summer internship? How can I apply for that? So no, I think in January of every year, the ad on it definitely comes on IIT Madras website, and you simply apply on the web. Nothing, right? And all people who apply for electrical engineering, their applications are forwarded to our department, and then we sit and make a selection. If you get in touch with a prof saying that I've applied and I'm interested in this, please take. Right. Their eligibility. Okay, no, I already answered that question on summer internship. Any more questions? Can you tell us about the last year cutoff status of IITM for doing masters? Okay. Last year meaning 2020 or 2019? I don't know. When you say, we have two kinds of masters, right? Well, in fact, three different ways you can come inside. Well, four different ways. Okay. Let me explain four different ways of coming into IIT once you have an undergraduate degree, right? Number one is GATE, and MTech is purely based on your GATE scores, right? That's what I think. That's the intent of this question. What is the cutoff, right? I don't remember. I think something like 700. Right? It's important to have 700 or 750 for MTech. Okay, so that's number one, right? A second way of coming into IIT is by MS. MS of even lower than that, maybe 650, but that's based on interview. That's based on one-on-one, face-to-face interviews. And because we think that by talking to the students, we can make a better judgment. And our MS students are much better than MTech because we would have first talked to them and understood. So that's a second way. Third way is direct PhD. Again, GATE scores and face-to-face interview. Fourth way, which is not known to many people, is we have huge number of projects, right? Faculty do a lot of projects. So they are always looking for bright, motivated engineers to work on the projects, right? And these are paid positions, 25,000 rupees, 30,000 rupees per month salary. You are a project associate, you are a project engineer. However, as a project engineer, you can take courses, right? And if you're a project associate for 1 year, you can join for MS and PhD, right? With some gate scores, right? And because you're already within the system, you're already taken courses, your interview, everything will be much more easy, right? So there are 4 ways. So please remember, there is MTech, there is MS, there is direct PhD, and there is a project MS. So don't discount any of those. There is not just one way. So to answer your question, GATE is important only for MTech admission. GATE scores are required, but not high scores. So don't need to worry about this cutoff. The question from Shibish is, what do you consider the best in terms of scope, whether power electronics or applied electronics? I don't know what is applied electronics. Power electronics is definitely a big thing today, right? Big thing. I'm saying, when I say big thing, it's really big thing. The moment, all cars go, all scooters go, all autos go electric, you are living in the world of power electronics. So the next big revolution in the transportation sector is going to be power electronics. I don't understand what is applied electronics. Every electronics is applied, so electronics is applied. Okay, my time is up, and it's nearly 4 o'clock. How will the project associate be recruited? I mean, there are standing advertisements. You can just contact some professors. It's, there is advertisement from IIT. It's also word of mouth. I mean, for example, I recently recruited 2 engineers from SRM. They just came into my office and said, we are so and so, and we want to do a project here in IIT. So we interviewed them and found them good. So, and we hired them. Right? It was not even through advertisement. They just walked in. So you can try talking to some faculty and get to know from people, who are looking for project engineers. There's ICSR section in IIT, Industrial Consultancy and Sponsored Research. You can go to ICSR's website, find out anything about vacancies. Right? We have next to IIT Madras Research Park. I don't know if you have heard about it. They're always looking for engineers, bright young engineers, always. If there are, okay, thank you. If there are no more questions, Professor Ramesh, Professor Manoharan.
Sir, if no more questions, then we'll try to wind up, sir. So participants, if you have any queries, you can post. I think no more questions, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for an informative and inspiring speech. And through this lecture, all the participants will be able to get a clear idea on the prospectus of GATE as far as the academics, research, and then placement, etc. So on behalf of the organizing committee, I sincerely thank you once again for accepting our request and then giving an interactive speech on GATE prospectus. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. So I can disconnect.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Sir, participants. Ramesh sir.
Sir, I'm here, sir. Participants kindly note.
No, we have to get a feedback from participants.
Now, sir.
Yes, sir. We will give this one. What is that? Google form.
Okay, sir. To all the participants, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, sir.
I will send the link in the question and answer. This one, sir.
Okay,
That
sir.
they can copy it and they can reply it, sir.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Participants
Now
kindly
I will-
note that there will be a feedback form that will be posted. That feedback form link will be posted in your Q&A chat box. Kindly fill it up,
WhatsApp.
submit it. And also participants kindly note that next session is on GATE 2021 and beyond at 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. by Dr. Shanmuganathan Raman, Associate Professor, Department of Electrical Engineering and Computer Science Engineering, IIT Gandhinagar. So I request all the participants to kindly join the meeting at 5 p.m. Now all of you kindly wait to get the feedback link. Thank you.
WhatsApp. எல்லாம் வயசாயிருச்சுன்னு ஏன் ஸ்பீடு பத்த மாட்டேங்குதா? பிரகாஷ் இங்க இந்த லிங்க் அங்க வந்திருக்கு. Sir, feedback link is provided, sir.
Provided, sir.
Yeah, it is displayed in the question and answers.
So I am unable to see that, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Sir, posted, sir.
Posted, sir.
Okay, sir.
So we'll ask the participants to give feedback.
Participants, please give an acknowledgement whether you have got the link or not. Kindly give an acknowledgement in the chat box itself. There is Q&A chat box itself.
Sir explain better.
Sir, I think they
Yes,
have
sir.
received it.
Yes, sir. Got
Okay.
it. Got it. No, that's it. Okay,
Yes,
sir.
sir. I think one Kartika Pragadishwari. She has mentioned that she did not receive the link, it seems, sir.
Oh,
Please check it, sir. Kartika.
We'll send it through WhatsApp, sir.
Okay, sir.
இங்கே இருக்கு ஓபன்
இங்கே இருக்கு.
ஆமா சார்
இதை காப்பி பண்ணி கார்த்திகா இங்க
இதுல பிட்
Sir, Kartika has replied that she had received it, sir.
Okay. Attendance link, no attendance link. யாராவது attendance எனக்கு தெரியும்ல?
தெரியுது.
இல்ல அது நமக்கு லாகில் இருக்குமா? லாகில்
லாக்ல
வந்துடும். We will take it from the log. Attendance is there. The next session starts at 5 o'clock. So kindly join for the next session also. விட்டுறலாம் மியூட் மட்டும்
தேங்க்யூ சார். நான் கொடுத்துருக்கேன் சார்.
சரி சரி சரி.
ஜஸ்ட் அப்படியே அங்க நம்ம வெப்எக்ஸ்லேயே பேசி பாருங்க சார்.
சரி
தேங்க்யூ
சரி. Sir, good evening, sir. Sir, am I audible, sir?
Sir, you are audible, sir. Your voice is clear.
Yeah. Hello. Yeah. So I am not able to see the share button. It is disabled.
Button, sir. Just a minute, sir. Our technical persons are coming, sir.
Yes. Sure.
Good evening, sir.
சார் வந்துட்டாங்க சார்.
மோகன் வந்தாச்சா? சரி.
நீங்க அப்படியே பின்னாலே இறங்கிடலாம் சார்.
சரி.
Sir, Manoharan, sir.
Sir.
Sir, last session also video was not clear, sir. Video of the speaker. I think now also the speaker's video was partitioned into two windows.
Two windows. We will see, sir.
Yes, sir.
இந்த மோகன் வந்துட்டு இருக்காரு.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Now I'm able to.
Sir, now you can check, sir.
Yeah. I'm able to see.
Correct. Okay.
I wanted to share.
That previous screen was visible, sir, visible to us.
Yeah. That is my desktop screen. I want to share my iPad screen.
Okay.
Just
Okay, sir. Okay. It is visible, sir.
Yeah, but I wanted to share something else. So let me try it once.
Okay.
Open sidecar.
It doesn't look like you have an app named Sidecar. If you
Yeah, I have set it up. Okay, let's go. It's working fine. Thank you. Are you able to see what I am writing?
Sir, that color thing is visible, sir.
Whatever I am writing, you are able to see. I will write the title of the talk. You just let me know if you are able to view it.
Yes, sir.
Are you able to see it?
Yes, sir. Visible.
I connected my iPad also to it, so that I can write also, and take questions also. So that way, I don't have. So I want it to be interactive so that I can write on this. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
It would look like actual class. So that's
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We'll start in few minutes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. It is visible. Gate.
Right? It's visible?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thanks.
Gate 2021.
Yeah. So how I set up, there is some delay, but I will manage while writing.
Yes, sir. Get clear.
So when should I start? You just let me know.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. 4 o'clock, sir. Few minutes. Recording பண்ணிருக்கா
பண்ணிட்டு ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணுங்க.
இப்போ மறந்துக்கும் பண்ணிடு. போயிருக்கேன். Ramesh, sir.
Sir, I'm available, sir.
Okay, sir. Shall we start, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Shall we start?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So,
Sir, on behalf of Director of Technical Education, Tamil Nadu, and the State Project Implementation Unit of TechCube project. I welcome all of you for this one-day webinar on GATE ECE. And I hand off the session to Dr. Ramesh to introduce our resource person, Dr. Shanmuganathan Raman from IIT Gandhinagar. Sir.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. So it gives me immense pleasure in introducing the speaker of this session, Dr. Shanmuganathan Raman, Associate Professor, Department of Electrical Engineering and Computer Science and Engineering, IIT Gandhinagar, who is an esteemed alumni of PSG College of Technology. Dr. Shanmuganathan Raman is the Jibaben Patel Chair in Artificial Intelligence and an Associate Professor in Electrical Engineering and Computer Science and Engineering at Indian Institute of Technology, Gandhinagar. He obtained his BE degree in Electronics and Communication Engineering from PSG College of Technology, Coimbatore. He obtained his MTech in Biomedical Engineering and PhD in Electrical Engineering degrees from IIT Bombay. His research interests include computer vision, deep learning, and computer graphics. Dr. Shanmuganathan was a recipient of the Microsoft Research India PhD Fellowship for the year 2007. He obtained an Excellence in PhD Thesis Work Award at IIT Bombay in 2012. He has published more than 75 peer-reviewed articles in journals and conferences of repute in the areas of computer vision and signal processing. He is the recipient of several sponsored research projects, including SERB Core Research Grant, SERB Imprint 2, ISRO Respond, and SERB Matrix. He was the course coordinator for 3D digitization for cultural heritage at IIT Gandhinagar, which inaugurated the GYAN program across India. Dr. Shanmuganathan had served as the coordinator of Summer Research Internship Program, SRIP, which provides an opportunity for students from both IIT Gandhinagar and other institutes to perform high-quality research with IIT Gandhinagar faculty. Dr. Shanmuganathan has been serving as the coordinator of internships in the Career Development Services and also as the faculty advisor for Industrial Relations and Project Students Council. He works towards facilitating the students of IIT Gandhinagar to undertake internships in other institutes and organizations. He presently serves as the coordinator of Institute Management System, IMS. We are very happy to have you here, sir. Now I request Dr. Shanmuganathan to kindly deliver a speech. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Ramesh and Dr. Manoharan. I am very pleased to again connect with the colleagues and my own memories, like my own classmates and my own faculty who are still serving at PSG College of Technology, and also the students who are GATE aspirants across Tamil Nadu who wants to give and perform exceedingly well in GATE 2021. Okay, so this talk, I want it to be very interactive because I don't want it to be monotonous. There is a chat box using which you can keep posting the questions, and I would be happy to answer as I go along. Right. So two things: are you able to see me and hear me, as well as I think you are able to see my screen where I am to write down certain things. Right. So are you able to see everything? Right. So this talk, I named it as GATE 2021 and beyond, right? So already you are preparing for GATE means you know many things, what the GATE exam is, what you are expected to do in the exam, and what questions will be asked and everything. So this session is, I want it to be of my own personal session on how I I prepared for GATE and how I qualified in GATE and how beyond means how you, after qualifying in GATE and getting a good percentile and rank, how you can choose among the institutes, what are the opportunities in the institutes, and especially in IITs, NITs, and centrally funded technical institutes. So this is how I want to structure this talk. And let me go back and have a personal memory of how I gave GATE to start with, to warm up a bit. So I graduated, as told by Dr. Ramesh, in 2003 from PSG Tech. I got a campus placement. I was working in a software company, and suddenly I realized that it would have been better I had joined a master's program in Institute of Repute. So then I started preparing for GATE, and I gave the GATE in 2004 in electronics and communication engineering, and I got a good enough percentile, but the percentile and the rank was not very high. So I chose a program of MTech in biomedical from IIT Bombay and pursued it, then followed it with a PhD in electrical engineering. So what I would advise to the students who prepare for GATE is three things are very essential. So these are very generic tips. So one particular thing I would say is the regular practice. So that is the main thing. So this is, you cannot when you prepare for GATE, I would suggest you prepare for, let's say, 3 months, 4 months, 5 months, or whatever months, but you have to do it regularly. Every day set aside, let's say, an hour or 2 hours where you just practice GATE problems and focus fully. At least 2 hours, I would suggest per day. You should invest in studying. So at least 2 hours per day. Every day you invest on studying. So how should you study? So that the GATE exam is like kind of multiple choice kind of question kind of exam with some negative marking. It involves mathematical engineering mathematics component as well as a subject component. So what you need to do is, the two things are important. The 2 hours you need to devote very effectively. So first hour you spend on studying the prescribed textbooks, which are the best textbooks for the course contents in GATE, and which would help you in building up the theory, right? The next hour you should do a lot of practice problems. Every day make it a habit to solve at least 15 to 20 problems, right? So this habit you need to develop from the day one, right? So even if you are late in doing that today, whoever is listening to this webinar, start working on your problem solving skills, because those you may know theory, but finally there is a time-bound exam, and what you are going to answer, the presence of mind, and how you are going to answer quickly, that is going to determine how much you are going to score, right? So so you need to make sure that you are able to practice sufficiently so that you have the hands-on experience in giving the exam, right? So this is the first tip. So it's not a very novel tip, but it works. So I did that. I could practice regularly when I prepared for GATE, and I solved a lot of problems and this formulae, and there should not be any question in GATE 2021 which would be of high surprise to you. So that requires immense kind of practice of these problems. So that is the first important thing, right? And the next thing is like kind of, so you cover all the topics. Okay, so if you have GATE syllabus, so cover all the topics. So don't leave out some topics. So some people I have seen my classmates, and when we prepared GATE, so it is a tendency of our students also. So as I've been observing, so some subjects you may not like, some you may like. So that preference you may have when you do a degree, but not in a competitive exam like GATE. Whether you like it or not, go through all the topics. So all this, get the syllabus for grade 2021 and you need to be aware of everything. So because it's a multiple choice question, so you have already been given 4 choices. You need to choose one of them which is the best, right? So having some knowledge about a concept is better than having no knowledge at all, right? So you can at least attempt and probably crack it with some effort during the exam itself. So don't leave out any topics. So cover all the topics in the syllabus for GATE 2021. So this is the next tip I have. So don't leave out anything. So you may have personal preference on some subject over the another when you do courses for your degree, but not in a competitive exam like GATE. Okay. So this is the second tip. So the third tip is collaborate. Okay, so you need to have a group of students. So if that helps a lot. Like if you have a group of students who are GATE aspirants, so you connect with each other, right? So connect with each other and talk to each other, right? And talk to each other and discuss among yourselves what is the right strategy to crack GATE. And well, there could be some problems you may have difficulty with, or some subjects you may be bit not so strong, and the other your classmate or some other collaborator may be good in this. So this kind of collaboration will help you both all the students to reinforce who collaborate on all the topics involved. This goes hand in hand with the second tip I gave. So these are the 3 generic tips. So there is no GATE is a very open exam in the sense that the syllabus is already available. There is no question which is going to come beyond the syllabus. The only thing you need to take care of these 3, right? So then you would have a high chance of obtaining very good grades. And another thing I would say in the fourth one, which is which maybe some people may have it, some people may need to build over time, which is the precision of answers. Okay. So when you are studying in course, there are subjective questions where even if you don't answer it fully, when you are reasonably confident and answer to some extent, you get away with sufficiently good marks, right? So, but in a competitive exam like GATE, where it is a MCQ question, so it's a binary kind of mark, whether you get it right, or if you don't get it right, you may even get a negative mark, right? So in that thing, you need to become more and more engineer-like. So the main thing which differentiates the engineer from other area is the precision, right? So when someone constructs something, you need a millimeter or micrometer precision. So you need in your answers also, when you practice, that much precision. So you need the precision is a habit you will build when you solve lot of problems every day, and finally you should be able to discriminate the correct answer from the wrong answers given, right? So that kind of precision in answering. So even when you solve lot of problems, then you will gain it, right? So you keep building precision in not only in solving it, make it part of your life itself. So that is the fourth tip I'll give. So these are the 4 tips when you want to like kind of which would help you score very good GATE exam. And choose the right textbooks and other things, so that I have no comment. So you know better than me. So which are the books available to prepare? Where are the sources which you need to refer and everything? So I have no preference for that, but these are the habits, these are the strategies you should adopt in while preparing. Okay. So this is about GATE, and beyond I will come to it later. So what are the programs and everything I will interact. So I want to now pause here and take some questions. So I want the session to be more interactive. So I may have many things in mind, but I want to deliver what you want to ask me, or what clarifications you want to ask me. So I will stop this sharing. So let me go to the chat if someone has posted any questions. Yeah. So there are some questions which have come up. Okay. So there are some questions. What rank is required to get into MTech in IITs? So this question is more generic. What I would suggest is the rank is variant in the sense like kind of the GATE is an exam which gives you a preliminary access to admissions process of multiple IITs, right? So GATE is not it's only the first stage. So after that we conduct our own each IIT has their own exams and interview process through which the students are recruited for the MTech program. What you need to do is you need to make yourself one among those set of people who would be preferred by many of the IITs. Then you will have access to all the IIT admissions, right? So then what you can do is you could perform and try to prepare for that interview or test those processes and try to crack that IIT. So if your rank is too low, none of the IITs may be preferring you. So until your rank is within, let's say, 5,000, then you have pretty good chance of getting calls from many of the IITs. Right. So that is what my question is. But my understanding is because if you look at any class of MTech students in many of the IITs, there would be huge variation in their ranks because there is a pool of ranks and all the ranked students are not applying to every IITs, right? So GATE is an exam which is independently conducted, and among those who apply, we would call the top rankers every IITs, right? So that's how it works. Do we get stipend during MS research program? Okay, so that I will come to later. What books you prefer for analog and digital communication as for a beginner? So I don't have any particular book which I prefer. I can tell you some books I referred when I was studying. So there are some books by B.P. Lati and many other books. I think I refer to those books. So, but I don't know whether they are updated. So just to go and see which are the books which are updated to the current syllabus of GATE and refer to those books. Okay. Any favorite book for information theory? Okay. My favorite book I learned, I think, from Power and Thomas. There is a book I think it should be still here. Right? There is another question. Do we get stipend during MS research program? MS by research program is normally funded in IITs through projects which are some faculty have their own funded projects. You will work on that project while earning that degree. So that's how the name came MS by research, because you are doing a research for a faculty in that project and parallelly you do the studies, right? So for the studies, there won't be stipend, but for the work you are going to do, research work we are going to do with the faculty or any institute funded project, you will be paid some stipend. Okay, so that those kind of norms, I would request you to refer to the IIT's admission announcement for clearing out those things. But normally, in most of the cases, MS by research program is funded through projects, either by the faculty or by the institute. Okay. Any other? I don't know if there are any questions. So, seeing the timeline correct? Or? So the times are. All the chats are for me. Can anyone confirm, Dr. Ramesh?
Sir, that has been posted during the previous sessions also.
Oh, okay. So, okay, I would request the students to post the chat now so that I can answer.
Yes, sir. Participants, if you have any queries, kindly post it.
Yeah, my Q&A I am able to see.
Yeah.
Okay. That's fine. Yeah, I have answered what. So there is one more question. What are the hot fields you come across like computer vision for EC4? So nowadays, the majority of the research, either EC or computer science, most of them are into artificial intelligence related areas like computer vision or data science, data mining, right? And deep learning and so on. So these are pretty, most people are doing. So I don't say it is a hot field or something is not, because majority of the people are doing. So there could be, and in the hindsight, you should have the understanding that there could be some other areas which many people are not going. So if you go and perform well, there could be less competition, and probably you would be able to do better than most of them, right? So that is also the case. So you don't go by what everyone is doing now, but if it is of really of your interest, you can get into that. Otherwise, there are other areas like semiconductor devices and nanoelectronics, photonics, many different areas which are allied areas in electronics and communication, which are also quite good. VLSI design and signal processing, speech processing, and so on. So many areas are there. It's other than computer vision and image processing. So okay. So I hope this answers the question. Any other question? I would request the participants to post more questions so that yes. Shall I have more questions so that do you have any doubts in the kind of in the core practices I told as a take to crack GATE 2021. So the GATE 2021 is an exam. If you have precise problem solving skills and the presence of mind, you should be able to crack it. It's not, but you need to have sustained effort. So that is the main thing. And if there are no more questions, let me talk something about IIT Gandhinagar as such. So what we do, I will brief you. So I cannot, the variation in programs and the admission process is huge among different IITs. So let me talk a bit about IIT Gandhinagar. Okay? So what we typically do is we do multiple rounds of direct PhD admission. So one thing we have, yeah, so someone is asking right now itself, direct admission to IIT after BTech. So that is what we are encouraging, because this MTech program, in between there was some revision in the program that is not yet active, right? So what IITs want now, we want long-term engagement with students who clear GATE. So that is the main motivation behind us starting all these start early PhD programs. So what we want the students to do is they can directly apply to us before GATE also, before the GATE exam also. We call it a start early PhD program. So the top rankers in some of the colleges, I think College of Technology is also one of the college. And there are many colleges like that. We prepare a merit rank of institutes which we believe are producing students of very high quality, right? So we take the top 5 rankers or some ranked students from those colleges. They apply to us. We directly consider them for a PhD position even before GATE. Right? Even before GATE, we do an interview process and test and interview process. Nowadays, we are doing only interview because of the COVID situation. So then if they're promising, we directly give an admission to them. right? Admission to them for a PhD program. The expectation is that they also clear GATE and get a valid score. We don't care about what score they get because we have already done the process and gave them an admission to our PhD program. So those students will be given admission even in November, December month, right? In the during the final year. Then they can join after their exams in June, July. Right after getting a valid GATE score, there they have a chance of getting more stipend than the other students also. So the stipend also is more for those kind of students. So and many IITs have started this. Like if I had read in news that IIT Delhi has arrangements with few NITs to directly take their BTech students after that BTech program into their PhD program. So these things help multiple ways. So we are able to not engage with the student only for 2 years for the MTech program, but we have option of dealing and working with the student, the faculty at IITs for duration of 4 years or 5 years for the PhD program. So that gives us very high quality students who have just cleared GATE, and they are also very high rankers in in reputed institutes. And the students, what they gain is at the age of some 21, they are able to join a PhD program and earn a PhD degree at the age of 25 or 26. So which is quite huge, right? So because there is no stopping, and at the age of 26, they have a PhD. If they want to even go for a postdoc at another university, they can go, or if the PhD itself is very high quality, they can even go for a job, right? And they can become a faculty at a very early age of 26, 27, and so on. So that accelerates the process of employability at a much earlier age. In my case, I did an MTech and PhD, so I ended up completing my PhD around 29, 30 years of age. So that 2-3 years of time you spend on MTech and job, that gets relieved in this case. So you get a degree at the age of maximum 26, 27, right? So that 26, most of the students, start early students, are able to submit their thesis and become. So that gives us a lot of time later on to explore your career, whether you want to go to research labs in industry, or you want to become a faculty in an institute, or you want to go for a research further, do a postdoc or any other research, right? So you can make a choice later depending on your circumstances after your thing. And we are able to attract a lot of students who directly joined us for BTech after BTech and have graduated. Even 2 of my PhD students who graduated are direct BTech to PhD students. So who are doing extremely well. One student is already a faculty at IIT Jodhpur at the age of some 27, 28. And another student is working in Ola Electric research labs in Bangalore. Okay, so I have had very good experience with such students. Any other questions? So I would request all of you to see this opportunity, and these PhD programs are very well funded. So they get a stipend more than the MTech students, even more than double the MTech students, in fact, right? So you are well paid and you have you can join. And now there is something called the PMRF also, Prime Minister Research Fellowship. You are eligible once you register in an IIT to get nominated if you do well, right? For the Prime Minister Research Fellowship, which is the highest paid PhD fellowship in India, which pays almost 70,000 or above per month, right? It is most lucrative thing. So some people can clear GATE, get into an IIT within 1 year. They crack PMRF also. That is, you are doing a research and doing PhD, and you are getting paid more than your job would offer, right? So that is a good option. So I would request most of you to look at that option also, along with the MTech option. This if you can devote the time, you are anyway getting paid, and you are getting paid much more than the MTech students, and in return you are getting a PhD degree at the age of 26, 27. Right? I am EC student. Can I get a job in computer science field, like job in cyber forensic with GATE score? With GATE score, I I'm not sure because gate score, some PSUs use it, but gate score, how it is relevant for a job in a private industry. So the one thing I would suggest is you build your skills in those domains. So normally nowadays there is less blur between electronics and communication and computer science, even electrical and computer science, because the tools and techniques used are quite the same, right? And there is not much of not much of segregation between those areas, but the particular skill sets you require for this job in cyber forensics, I advise you to build over time and apply to the relevant companies, right? Gate score in computer science might help, but gate in a private company may work in a different thing. They may suspect that you are going for higher studies and they may not offer also. But yes, in government agencies like DRDO, ISRO, I think many of the PSUs also look at gate score for their recruitment. So with them, it would work. It would help a lot. Okay. I hope I answered your question. Any other questions? Keep posting your questions so that I can answer. Okay. So at IIT Gandhinagar, let me continue till I get the next question. At IIT Gandhinagar, we do almost like 4 times PhD interviews. So 2 times in winter and 2 times in summer. So in every time we also look at both the students that have a MTech degree without, they don't require gate score, but BTech with gate score also we consider, right? But from any college, if they have done really good BTech, right? So then we have 2 rounds in the summer, 1 round in winter, and 1 round for the direct PhD or start early PhD, we call those people, right? So then we offer them. So we are able to recruit very high quality students because we are also look out for a lot of PhD students. And the MTech admissions also, we normally do it in 2 rounds. MTech also, we admit some students in some selected colleges as early admit MTech. And those MTech students from any normal colleges with valid gate score at a later round also. So MTech admissions also, we do 2 rounds or 3 rounds, right? So this, every IIT does that, and everyone is lookout for a very promising set of students for both MTech and PhD programs. Yeah. So there is another question. For direct PhD, should we need to propose some project ideas or personal interviews and entrance exams? So normally we don't expect direct PhD students to be that mature enough to write a project proposal or project idea. So we need 3 things. We expect 3 things from such students. One is their strong academic credentials. The next one is strong motivation and drive and attitude to do well. And the third thing is how committed are they? Right. So whether they are going to be you seeing it as some 1-year option, or this a PhD is a long duration program, 4 to 5 years. Then we judge based on our interaction how they are academically and technically strong, how they are motivated, and, how they are interested, and how they are credible, and how they are. What do you say? That drive is there to do a PhD, how the research aptitude is there. Just we check that based on your core skills. And the third one is your commitment. So whether you are committed enough to do a PhD at such an early age, and you are able to, whether you would be able to pull it. So these are the 3 things we look at. Okay. Any other questions? Yes, go ahead with more questions. So,
Sir, one more question on the chat box.
oh yeah, where I'm not getting it. So can you please tell me?
Sir, it is actually, what is the advantage of doing PG in IITs compared to IT jobs? That is a question.
Okay. Okay. Oh, it just came. Okay. Thank you. Okay. So that's what I told. The IT jobs, the doing a PG means I split it into MTech and PhD. So doing MTech in an IIT, actually the why most people do it is they are not decided whether they want to do a PhD after BTech or they want to go for a high-paying job later on. So they do an MTech as a option for 2 years and then see what their interests are, and possibly they aim to get a job which is more paying than what they would have got during their BTech or BE program. Right. So that is the typical mindset of students who go for a MTech program, which was what my mindset was also when I went to an IIT. But those students who go from BTech to PhD, so the stipend in PhD is almost like you get 30K plus per month, and it is almost at par with the IT entry level jobs, right? Or some IT jobs pay even lesser. So it is at par. So if you want to do a direct PhD, there is no difference from a IT job and a PhD at an IIT after your BTech with a good GATE score. So those people who want to do it, they can go and do a PhD. But the only concern is that it is a 4-year, 5-year commitment. And after that, you have to you will have more options than a MTech degree holder. You will have more options in research labs. You will have more options in teaching profession, and you can go abroad for postdoc and everything. So those added advantages are there. But PhD is a longer commitment. But even though it is as high paying as most of the IT companies. Okay, and as I told, the PMR of that is the Prime Minister Research Fellowship. It may be double the salary of entry level IT jobs. So if you can land that, so I would suggest everyone should aspire to become this PMR of fellow. Then, if you don't get that, also you will end up getting at par with IT jobs during your PhD. Otherwise, you may even surpass them while doing research. Okay, so I hope I answered your questions, but depending on family circumstances, I don't say that IT jobs are not good, but some people may not have it in them to go and study after BTech, so they don't want to do a MTech or PhD. This again, you are a student and you are in academic environment, so those people maybe those who are not do not find themselves suitable for this MTech and PhD programs. For them, the IT jobs make sense, and the earlier you enter into a IT industry, the better it is, right? Your the seniority grows and your domain knowledge is achieved much faster and so on. But the type of companies you get after a MTech or a PhD in IIT, the quality of the companies would be much higher than the entry-level IT jobs you will get directly after BTech in a engineering college. So how can I apply for a direct PhD in any IIT? So look out for websites, in IIT websites. All the IITs have their own norms. You just apply, go to their websites and apply after your GATE score. So for IIT Gandhinagar, I think we will invite the applications before GATE itself. So that is called Start Early PhD. You can apply before GATE, given that you qualify GATE. So then we have our own evaluation mechanism to, so the Start Early PhD portal, for this year, I don't think we have opened till now, so we'll open very soon. So there is one more question. How have you managed both the IT job and GATE preparation? So that was tough. So I had studied quite a bit during my BE also. So that knowledge helped, and the kind of I should thank PhD Tech also for training me sufficiently so that with the IT job also I could manage the GATE preparation and could get a very good GATE score. So I was pretty studious during my BE days also. I was studying regularly, so that might have helped. But if you had forgotten whatever you studied in BE and you are in an IT job, then the preparing GATE is a challenge. But as I told, the 4 tips I told you, take out your own time and start preparing, and regularly you do it, then you should be able to achieve. Or in the weekends, you put in more hours, something you do when you are in an IT job. So that should be good enough, actually. So the precision you need to build in problem solving, that is the main secret behind cracking the GATE exam. I hope I answered your question. Any other questions? Any other questions? And what are the advantages? Like, I want to speak for 5 minutes while you post other questions. What are the advantages of getting into an IIT, right? So the difference is in IIT, it is like it's an autonomous institution of national importance, which have been established, and there have been many of them now. And each IIT is unique in its own sense. I can talk about IIT Gandhinagar. What I like about here is the faculty are like kind of faculty are most of them have been like kind of most of them have that right energy in IIT Gandhinagar, at least what I can say is, because all of them are young. So the average age of faculty, if you calculate for IIT Gandhinagar, it would be around 38, 39, 40, more, not more than, even lesser, 37, 38, the average age of faculty. So they are young and they are energetic and they are bit active in the sense like kind of a lot of activities keep going on, a lot of speakers come, a lot of events happening, and the infrastructure is good, and the mess food is also good, and the hostels are very good. So we are one of the first IITs who gave air-conditioned hostel to all students. So even all of our students, because it's very hot here in summer in Ahmedabad and Gandhinagar, so we gave air-conditioned hostel, and every 5-6 students. Some of the innovations we did in hostels, I will tell you. So every IIT will have its own advantages. So every 5-6 rooms, there is a block we call, and that have its own shared kitchen also. So if they don't like mess food, they can go and cook there and eat also. And we have a lot of sports centers, all the gym of a very high quality gym, very exceptional library with all the latest books and subscription to all journals and conferences proceedings, right? So these are the benefits which IIT Gandhinagar student. And apart from that, we also have tie-ups with many of the top universities where our students go for internships during summer. So this is not possible during these COVID times. We have association with the top US universities like Caltech, Washington University, then Texas A&M University, and many others. So we have association with many of the top universities abroad, and where our students do internship, and later if they want to do higher studies, they can give GRE, TOEFL, and go there. So these are many benefits we have, and we have a very flexible curriculum and a lot of electives you can take, and that way it is. It's a very student first, so that's what our director calls. This is a student first institute. We always, any decision is taken believing that students are the first and foremost, which we need to keep in mind when we implement any policies and decisions in IIT Gandhinagar. So that's how we have grown over the past 12 years and more, right? So okay. So one more question: how will the private companies value MTech degree holders for jobs compared to the private companies? Have different pay packages for BTech and MTech degree holders, given that MTech people have more research experience, and each company has their own way to judge the BTech and MTech. But doing MTech will open up or make you eligible for companies which you are not able to access with only a BTech degree. Okay, so that exposure will open up a lot of research industries. There is one more question: is third year students eligible for direct PhD admission? No, third years are not eligible. After completing third year, you are eligible to apply. During the fourth year, you need to make the 7th semester you can apply, or the 8th semester. Which specialization in MTech is a cutting edge tech in electrical engineering? I don't know, but my students say that this microelectronics and VLSI is the cutting edge in electrical engineering. But some students who are doing signal processing and allied computation think they are inclined to AI and artificial intelligence, deep learning, machine learning, data mining, data science, those kind of things. So I would say both this microelectronics, VLSI, as well as this AI, data science, data mining, and computer vision, and those kind of things both go hand in hand, both students prefer. Yeah, any other question?
Sir, one more question is there.
Oh, okay.
Sir, my ambition is to be an entrepreneur.
Entrepreneur.
So
Oh, okay.
MA, MTech will be useful for my career, sir.
Yeah. Entrepreneur. The thing is, you are building credibility. So when you become an entrepreneur, what you need some money from a venture capitalist or some other agencies, government agencies, to fund you, to uplift you, right? You want to do a startup. So for that, if you have a very good MTech degree from a reputed IIT, that helps, right? So that gives you an access to a lot of alumni of that IIT who would be willing to listen to your ideas and probably arrange funding. And also government agencies, you can apply this. One thing is the brand name also helps you to reach out to more places and more opportunities you would be able to access. And in the MTech program, normally the coursework is for only 2 years, right? The first 2 years, first 2 semesters, you will have coursework. The last year is only on research. So if you want to become entrepreneur, that 1 year period after the first 2 semesters is a very good period where you can try out your own entrepreneurship skills. And every IIT has its own incubation center and entrepreneurship center. So you can take help of them and incubate the idea during this last year itself. So that is also possible. So these are options which would become available, because MTech program, all the 8 semesters you will be doing coursework. In MTech, only first 2 semesters is courses. Even PhD program, first 2 or 3 semesters is the courses. After that, you are free and able to do your own. So the expectation is you have prepared yourself. The time period is you should use effectively to make yourself become more independent as you can. Right? So that is the idea behind having like kind of a flexible kind of work environment for MTech and PhD students. You can definitely use it to your advantage if you want to become an entrepreneur. Any other questions? I hope I answered all the questions. If I have left out any questions, or if you feel that...
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
You can continue, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. Any other questions? Yeah, from the students. Any other suggestions you want from me? We have some more time, so then some more questions I would be happy to answer. I have already spoken about many different aspects of the advantages and benefits of doing a MTech degree, PhD degree in IITs. So another thing is you will be able to like kind of with the PG degree, if it is an MTech or a PhD, you would be able to create for yourself sufficient time to explore your passion or read new stuff, read books and everything. That time I am even missing now after becoming faculty. So when you are a student and you don't have coursework and everything, the free period you get, the MTech, that 1 year period, or PhD after the 3 semesters. So you would be able to dig deep and learn new tools, new books, and new ideas you would be able to generate, new skills you would be able to develop, right? So those things also are very useful, right? So that is one of the primary advantages of taking a break from, because normally if you go in a work kind of situation, even whether it's a faculty or in an industry, so you have some responsibilities. You every day morning you need to do these responsibilities, the day is over. But the student phase is very unique during MTech and PhD, where you are on your own. So they are guided by a faculty, but the faculty is not going to be behind you. So he's going to give you advice whenever you seek to, right? And if you have a mutual admiration for the faculty, you take them as guide. So both travel in a direction towards excellence, right? So those are the things which are quite unique about both MTech and PhD programs. So if you have the passion to learn more, I think you should seek admission in IITs with a very strong gate performance. So any one more question? In what way the placements after MTech and placements after BE differ? Because I felt both stand on same line. Is that so, sir? Not really, because some of the specialized courses you might not have done during BTech, and those companies which require that will prefer after some research experience, especially the research labs and some companies which are into core R&D, right? In any area of electrical engineering or electronics communication you use, right? And even for me, right? So some of the companies I could sit for placements during my MTech at IIT Bombay were not available when I was doing BE in PhD Tech. Right. So those are the chances. That's about the exposure you get, right? So the access you get to present yourself to more elite companies and with more higher packages will improve once you go higher and higher, like MTech, then PhD. So after PhD, my students got placed in some companies which they would not have when after their BTech. So those who joined after BTech for their PhD with me for PhD program, right? So that's how it goes. So any other questions? I'm glad that I'm getting a lot of questions. So we have some more time, so you can ask a few questions, then we can conclude. So anytime I am having a open invitation. So if you are having a very strong gate performance, if you want to join IIT Gandhinagar for a PhD or MTech program after your gate, do contact me and apply to the PhD programs and MTech programs in IIT Gandhinagar. We would be very happy to process applications, and once you clear the necessary processes, we always are in lookout for very strong candidates with very good motivation and very good positive attitude, right? So feel free to, but first focus, as I told in the talk also, should be you are cracking the gate, because certain specific institutes, top rankers only we are taking before the gate score, but all others after a very good gate score, you can reach out to us and apply to us for MTech and PhD programs. And you can even write to some faculty members expressing interest in their areas to learn about their areas of research and everything to make an informed decision for a PhD program, right? So, but your first focus, the clearing gate with a very strong performance, that makes you most sought after even by the faculty at IITs and other entities and other places, right? So that should be your main aim, right? So because we are opening that start early PhD and everything only for selected institutes, top rankers like PhD Tech, for example, but not for every institute, because we know these are the institutes traditionally have been producing high quality teaching and high quality students. So, but after GATE, anyone can reach out to us if they have very strong performance. Any other questions? Let's see. No more questions. Any questions? Dr. Ramesh, you have any questions?
I think no more questions from the participants, sir.
Yeah. So you have any questions? Anything I have missed out in the session you want me to?
Yeah. For our students, actually, they are finding it difficult to manage the academics as well as the GATE preparation. But as far as your points are concerned, I think they'll be able to make it up, because you said the time, whether it is 2 months or 4 months, that does not matter, but they have to practice regularly. Okay, so that is one of the main point, because one day they prepare, and if one day
that happens with
prepare,
many of the
so then it will be difficult. So those 4 points for practicing the GATE exams is very, very valuable as far as the students are concerned. So practicing regularly, and then covering all the topics, as well as collaborating with others, and also getting precise answers. As you said, a binary value of answers, either 0 or 1, otherwise it will go negative. And as you said, when they write the university exams, even if they are half correct, we try to give marks, but that cannot happen in the GATE exams.
GATE exams.
So, as you rightly pointed out, I think these are the 4 basic things which they have to practice when they prepare for the GATE exams. So we sincerely admit your words.
Sure. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you.
One more question is there. What are all the universities that IIT take direct PhD admissions? We take direct PhD admissions from every institute, provided you have very good GATE score. Okay, so we are not concerned about any university, but there is a Start Early program which IIT Gandhinagar has it as a unique program, where we have recognized some institutes are top universities whose students, before even GATE exam, provided they get a valid GATE score that is good enough for us, so we directly offer them PhD admissions. Okay, so PhD Tech is one of the institutions. So we have a elite set of institutions we have recognized who we will give direct admission even before GATE. Provided their students are in the top ranks in those institutes. Right? So that also through a process. We will again do an interview process and then decide whether to offer or not. It's not this thing, right? So next one, what are the differences between joining in IIT and PhD as a JRF? Yeah, JRF is a short-term engagement with a faculty in a project, right? JRF is like a job. So you don't want to go for IT company. You are not sure whether to do a MTech or PhD, or your GATE score was not sufficient. Then if you are sufficiently motivated, you can apply for project positions as a JRF with faculty in IITs. But that JRF is a limited time duration, 1 year, 2 years. So after that, essentially during this duration, you give GATE and convert it into a PhD, right? So that onus is on the student while doing a position as JRF. So it's like a job, but done in an IIT, JRF. Okay. The pay level is almost the same as a PhD student, the JRF position, but you don't get the degree. You are not enrolled as a student. That's the only difference. Okay. Okay. So with this, I would like to conclude this session. So thank you everyone for taking out time for my session, and I expect my session would have motivated many of you to perform exceedingly well in GATE 2021, and especially reach out with our application when we open for our MTech and PhD programs in April-May time. So I expect to see many of the students, not only from PhD Tech, but from several colleges in Tamil Nadu who would apply to the electrical engineering discipline at IIT Gandhinagar. So I would be very happy to help you with any suggestions if you have, right? So thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Shanmuganathan, for your enlightening speech. It was very interactive and also very focused on how to practice for GATE exams. Also, you have cleared almost all the queries raised by the participants. So we are sure that all the participants will get benefited out of your speech. So we thank you for your acceptance and to deliver the speech in spite of your busy schedule. And also we are very proud to have you here. On behalf of the organizing committee, I once again thank you for this wonderful session. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Ramesh. Bye.
Yes. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Bye.
And on behalf of TechU, We thank you. Thanks for all the participants to participate even during this 5 to 6 o'clock session. And we thank all the participants and kindly post the feedback so that we will issue e-certificate those who have posted the feedback in Google form. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Wish you all good luck for all your exams. Thank you.
With this, we'll close the session.
Okay, sir.
Okay, sir.